Have you ever wanted to build a real software as a service application with AI features and payments and credit system that you might even turn into a side income or a business idea? Well, today you'll have the chance to build an app with AI generative fill, image restoration, recoloring, and object and background removal. By watching this video, you'll learn the fundamentals of building AI SaaS applications, and you can even use it as a blueprint for your own SaaS or as a great addition to your portfolio and skill set. Now, let me show you how the app works. The homepage showcases image transformations that people in the community have made. At the bottom, we have a pagination component to navigate between different pages. But what's even more interesting is the search feature at the top. It's not your typical search, where you look for images by their title. Instead, you search based on what's in the image. Let's say you wanted to find all the images containing the sky. Just type it in, and there you have it. Isn't that incredible? This is an advanced search functionality you probably have never implemented before. Now, to be able to create your own image transformations, you need to log in. And for that, you'll develop an entire user management system with Clerk. If I click on one of these community images created by someone else, it will take me to its details page. And here, I can compare the image changes and even download it. But where's the fun in looking at other people's images? Let's create our own unique images instead. First, we have AI Image Restore, where we simply provide a title, upload our image, and voila, we have a beautifully restored image. We can save it for future use or download and discard it. Moving on, we have Generative Fill, where we can adjust the aspect ratio of the uploaded image and generatively fill the space to resemble the original image. It's perfect when you want to turn a horizontal image into a vertical one and vice versa. See how nicely AI did this. Next, we have Object Removal, where we can specify which object we want to remove from the image by describing it, and boom, it's gone. The fourth one is Object Recolor, which works similarly to object removal. By the way, you can upload your own images or select from a wide range of free-to-use images from Unsplash or any other platform here. Simply describe the object you want to recolor and watch the magic happen, all thanks to AI. Last but not least, we have a straightforward AI background removal for any image. You can save these images and update them whenever you want by just adjusting your image on the spot. Pretty neat, right? Implementing these complex features is all possible thanks to Cloudinary's incredible AI tools, which we'll use to build this app. And the amazing part is that it is absolutely free to use. Besides Cloudinary, we'll also use Next.js, Tailwind and ChatCN, TypeScript, Clerk, MongoDB, and Stripe to build this app. So make sure you have a good grasp of JavaScript and React before watching the tutorial. If not, check out our crash courses on YouTube. Back to the app, there's also a profile page to view all the transformations you've saved. Now, here's the feature that makes this a SaaS. As I showcased these demos, I used up all my free credits. So if I try to create something new, you'll see a nice looking modal saying we don't have enough credits. We can either buy more or just leave it. If you click on it, we'll go to the credits page. And there we can choose how many credits we want to buy, and then we'll head to our payment processor, Stripe. After paying, we'll see how many credits we have back on the profile page. And now, when I try to create something, it works. Pretty cool, right? All these amazing AI features are bundled with a robust payment credit system. Remember, you can use this app as a blueprint for building your own SaaS applications. I bet you can't wait to start developing it. So, let's get started. To get started with building our phenomenal project, we'll start from bare beginnings. And that is by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. I'm gonna call it Imaginify, but feel free to choose a better name. Then simply drag and drop it into your empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you're in there, open up your terminal, and we are ready to initialize Next.js, the React framework for the web. Used by some of the world's largest companies, it enables you to create high-quality web applications. So simply follow my steps by running this command. That is npx create next app, add latest, / to initialize it in the current directory. It will ask you a couple of questions, and you want to just tap enter because we're going to use all of the default options, which are recommended. Now, this process takes about a minute, so feel free to pause this video and I'll be right back. And there we go, success. All of the files and folders have been initialized and set up right within our folder. We're going to check them out soon, but before we do that, let's install and set up ShadCN. ShadCN allows you to build your own component library. It provides a lot of components out of the box for dashboards, cards, tasks, playgrounds, forms, and more. And the best thing is, they're all bare bones, very simple, but ShadCN uses Tailwind CSS behind the scenes, so you can naturally style them to match any design you want. So, to set up ShadCN, simply run npx shadcn-ui add latest space init. This will run the ShadCN configuration. Choose which style you would like. In this case, it's default. Slate color will do just fine. And we can also choose the default option of using CSS variables for colors. It will take just a moment, and there we go, ShadCN has been installed as well. Now that the bare bones of our project have been installed, let's run npm run dev to check it out in the browser. You can hold Command or Control and then click this link to open it up within your browser. Once you're in there, you should be able to see something that looks like this. It's just the default Next.js page. Now let's work around it to provide all of the necessary fonts, colors, and styles that we'll need for building out our application. To do that, we can start with the layout file of our application, which is right here. We have some metadata. And in this case, here, you can add the title of your application. I'm gonna go with Imaginify. Of course, I invite you to choose a better name. And we can also add a description. In this case, it's gonna be an AI-powered image generator. Instead of using the basic interfont, we wanna use a font called IBM Plex Sans. So right at the top, you can import IBM _Plex _Sans, coming from Next Font Google. We can then initialize its constructor right here by running IBM Plex Sans, and we're going to choose the subset of Latin, but we're going to also add a couple of additional things in here, such as different weights. That's going to be of 400. We can also get 500, 600, and 700. And you don't have to say weights, just weight is fine. Finally, we can choose variable. This is going to be a variable that will trigger or turn on our font. So we can say --font -IBM -Plex. And then we can use it right here within the body. So under the class name, we can call a special utility function called CN. You can see that the IntelliSense will allow you to automatically import it from libutils. And if we quickly check it out right here, you'll notice that this utils file was created for us by ShadCN. It simply allows you to merge a couple of class names together. So with that in mind, let's also rename our font to IBM Plex, and we can now use it right here within our class names by saying class name is CN, which we call as a function, and then we can pass a couple of different class names, such as font-IBM Plex, and then anti-aliased. This is a CSS property that simply makes some fonts easier to read. Finally, right next to that string, we want to call the IBM Plex Sans font, and then the dot variable on it, which will apply the actual font. And we can put children in a new line, so it's easier to see what's happening. Essentially, we've just modified the metadata and applied our font. The next thing we want to do is set up our base Tailwind CSS config. And we can do that by going to tailwindconfig.ts. And then in the description of this video, you can find a README containing all of the code blocks for this project. Go to that README and then find the final tailwind.config.tsx, copy it, and then override everything we have here. You'll notice that in here, we simply set some background images and the font family we declared, as well as some default colors, as you can see right here. So we don't have to refer to all of these absolute values. We can just use these nice color names. Once you have the Tailwind config set up, the other thing we want to set up is the globals.css file. That is our second styles file, so you can navigate to it. And similarly, like you copied the Tailwind config, you can also copy and override the globals.css. Here we have some class names that are mostly utility classes that will help us style our application. Keep in mind, you will still be doing all of the logic and styling yourself. These are just some helper classes that we can use within our application to make our life easier. And of course, what would our app be without some images? That's why I've prepared a complete folder of all of the assets we'll be using throughout this project for you. Just go to the same README, download the zipped public folder, unzip it, delete the existing one that we have here, and then simply drag and drop the new one right here and say copy folder. You'll notice that in here we have a lot of assets such as icons, which are all SVGs, and also some images like banners and stacked coins, which we're going to use for credits later on. Another thing we have in here is the favicon, which we want to move over to our app and say replace. This is a new favicon which has these Imaginify icons right here like sparks, which means that something AI related is happening. And once you do that, we can check out our application in the browser. It seems that not too much has changed, but if you open up your tab, you can see that we are using a proper title as well as the favicon for our application. Now, you might be wondering which browser this is. This is called the Arc browser. It's a bit different from traditional browsers, and if you haven't tried it out yet, I would highly recommend you to do so. They're not sponsoring this video or anything, but as you guys know, I always want to teach you things that can improve your developer productivity, and using Arc is one of them. With that said, we have now imported all of the necessary CSS files and assets, which means that we can finally start focusing on the initial structure of our application. Now, even though I like looking at this Next.js template, let's remove it and let's turning this localhost 3000 into something special. We'll do that by first learning about Next.js routing, creating route groups, and creating different layouts for each one of these route groups. I want to teach you the proper file and folder structure within Next.js. So let's get started by creating a couple of route groups. In the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to different URL paths. For example, if you have a folder named users, you'll be able to go to /users. However, you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the route's URL. And this allows you to organize your route segments and project files into different logical groups without affecting the URL structure. It's very useful when you want to organize routes into groups, for example, by authentication, user management, and so on, or if you want to enable nested layouts for all of the routes within the same route group. And I'm going to teach you both of these concepts right here. So how do we create a route group? You simply have to create a folder wrapped in parentheses. That is it. And in practice, that looks something like this. You can have marketing, shop, and then different pages within it. Enough theory, let's get into practice. The first route group we'll create will be for our authentication. So let's create a new folder and let's call it parentheses auth. And right within it, we'll create a new layout.tsx file. Within there, we can run RAFCE, which will just create a basic structure of a React component. If RAFCE didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the ES7 Plus React Redux React Native Snippets extension installed, so just install it and then it will work flawlessly. Now let's rename this layout to a capital layout like this, and within here, we can return an HTML5 semantic main tag to indicate that we'll have some main content within here. We can accept children right here through props and immediately define the type of those children as children is of a type React.React node. That's because layouts always have to export some children within them. So our main will have a class name of auth, and right within it, we want to render children. Great. Now, since we talked about route groups, let's also talk a bit about layouts. So I can simply go to Next.js documentation, which is great by the way, and search for layout. And we can do a Command F and search for layout one more time. Right here, we can see more information about what a layout is. And I know that I could rush through this video and just teach you how to build this phenomenal application, but I always like to take my time and explain things in detail. I am not here to teach you how to build this specific app. I'm here to teach you how to build any app. You know that saying, give a man a fish and feed him for a day, teach a man how to fish and feed him for a lifetime. And that's exactly what I want to do in this case as well. I want to teach you how to read documentation, how to be an independent developer and learn on your own. So that's why we're taking the time to go through the docs together. And this content will always be free on YouTube. But in case you want to dive a step further, we also have the official JSMastery.pro platform where, if you want to advance your Next.js skills, you can take our ultimate Next.js course. And only if you're already a junior developer and you want to get to mid and senior positions, you can sign up for the masterclass. Right now, there's only a waiting list, and that's because big things are coming. But with that said, let me explain what a layout is. A layout will typically export the children and then allow you to put some shared UI for different routes here, such as the navigation bar or the footer. So for example, you don't want your authentication routes to have the footer and the navbar because they are auth pages. In that case, you will create a layout without anything. But then for your homepage routes, you want to have the navbar and footer within every single route. So instead of simply duplicating it within every single route, you will just place it within its layout. So let's check it out in practice. Our auth layout will be completely empty, whereas we'll create a new route group called route, which is going to be for our home routes. And then within there, we can create a new layout.tsx. We can start by duplicating the one we already have here and pasting it. But this one will have a class name of route, and it won't immediately render children. Rather, we'll have some additional structure within it, such as a div that will have a class name equal to route-container. We will also have another div right within it, which will have a class name equal to wrapper. And finally, we can put the children right within that wrapper. So let's place it here. There we go. We have the wrapper and we have the children. Finally, every route group also has to render a page. So let's move this basic page that was created for us by Next.js into the route layout. Let's remove everything within it, run rafce, and just call it home. This will be our homepage. And the reason we moved it here is because we want the homepage to have this specific layout. So now that that is done, I'm going to close all of the files to have a cleaner working environment and collapse it. I did that by holding Command and then pressing W. And let's check out our app within the browser. There we go. You should be able to see just a simple home on a white screen. Now that we have that, let's also create a couple more routes within the route route group. So let's create a new folder called credits. And within it, create a new page.tsx, where you can simply run rafce and rename it to credit page. We'll use this later on to purchase the credits for AI image generation. The second route we'll have within the route route group will be a profile route, where you'll be able to see your profile. So we can also create a page.tsx, run rafce, and call it profile page. The next route we will create is a new folder called transformations. So let's do it like this. And here we'll showcase the detail of the created image transformation. So let's create a new page.tsx where we can run rafce and we can call it transformations page. Now, here's a key part with these transformations. Each transformation will be different. So it won't simply happen on localhost 3000/transformations like this. That's not going to be the case. Rather, what will happen is that each transformation will have its own ID. So it's going to look something like this. And to implement this, we need to use a concept known as dynamic routes within Next.js. And doing dynamic routes is pretty simple. You basically have to wrap your folder's name within square brackets instead of parentheses this time. For example, square brackets ID. And then you will get access to that specific ID param through the params prop passed into your page. So how would that look like in practice? We can create a new folder within transformations called ID within square brackets, and then move this page within that folder. That's going to look something like this. And then, as we discussed, you will get access to that specific ID by getting the params and then getting the ID, which we can talk about later on. This is the most important part right now, as right now we're in the process of creating a routing structure. This will be a route for the GET request, but we also want to have one like that for the update request. So we can create a new folder within the square brackets ID, which is going to be called update. And within the update, we want to create a new page.tsx where we can run RAFCE and we can call it update transformation page. There we go. And finally, there's one more, which will be added just to the transformations folder. So we can create a new folder on it called add. And then within add, we'll create a new dynamic route of type within square brackets, which will allow us to create different types of image transformations. And within the type, we can create a new page.tsx in which we can run RAFCE and call it add transformation type page. There we go. Better descriptive than shorter, trust me. Because if you come back to this code, you'll know exactly what it does. But if you used a shorter name, then you might be a bit confused. But with that said, we now have a complete routing structure for our application. And how does that look like in practice? But the question is, did that change anything in the browser? And the answer is yes. If I zoom this in, you'll see the home page, and we can now navigate to /profile. And it changes to profile page. We can also navigate to transformations and then /1 to 3, because this is a specific transformation page. We can also navigate to transformations and then ID and then update in case we want to update that specific transformation. And you can see that we have a route for that as well. And all of that was done automatically for us by using the Next.js's file-based routing. You create folders and pages, and instantly you have the complete routing without having to set up everything like you usually would by using a React router package if you were using only React. So, with that in mind, you've now learned the basics as well as more advanced concepts of Next.js routing, like file-based routing, route groups, and creating different layouts for each one of these route groups. And you'll learn a bit about creating a proper file and folder structure. Great work. And now that you've set up your routing, it's time that we implement authentication. And for that, we'll use the most comprehensive user management platform, Clerk. It's not just a sign-in box. It allows you to embed different UIs, APIs, and admin dashboards to authenticate and manage your users. So, to follow my process exactly, click the Clerk link in the description of this video, and then start building for free. You can keep using Clerk completely for free until you pass 10,000 monthly active users. And at that point, you can also pay them a bit because you'll be making money from your app as well. So let's start building for free. It will ask you to sign in or create an account. And once you're in, you can add a new application. Then you can enter your application name. I'm going to use JSM_Imaginify. You can use JSM_ any other name. And immediately you can choose from a dozen of different sign-in options. In this case, we can go with email, Google, and let's also add GitHub since we're developers. Finally, press Create Application. And immediately from the kickstart, copy your environment variables. Back within our application, create a new file in the root of your directory called .env.local, and then paste what you copied. This allows us to keep your secrets private. Back within Clerk, go to Configure, Users and Authentication, and then Email, Phone, and Username. Here, we can turn on the username so we know how to call our users once they sign into our application. And don't forget to click Apply Changes. Let's go back to Home, and let's click Continue in Docs to follow the Clerk documentation that allows you to add auth and user management to your app within 7 minutes. This will allow us to install Clerk, set up our keys, wrap our app with a Clerk provider, limit access to authenticated users, which is very important, and then embed the user button. So let's go ahead and follow the steps. First things first, let's install add Clerk /Next.js. Back in our repo, we can open up the terminal, split it, and then simply paste npm install add Clerk /Next.js. While that is installing, let's scroll through the next steps. We have set environment keys, which we have already done. And then the next step is to wrap our app within the Clerk provider. And before we do that, let's switch this over to dark mode so everything is in dark mode so your eyes don't burn as I switch from code over to the docs. So the Clerk provider component provides active session and user context to Clerk's hooks and other components. Simply import it by importing Clerk provider from Clerk Next to the top of your file. And in this case, we need to do it within the layout. So let's not copy anything as we already have our layouts, but let's just figure out what we need to do, import Clerk, and then wrap it. And now the question is, within which of the 3 layouts that we already have, the auth layout, the root layout, and the base layout, will we wrap our auth provider? That's a tough question, and it's a bit misleading. If you said within auth, you'd be wrong. And that's because, yes, even though we'll have some of our auth pages within here, we want to wrap the entire app with a Clerk provider to know which pages we can't access and to be able to get access to the user data within all the pages, no matter where we add. So let's open up the base layout TSX right here, and let's wrap our app with a Clerk provider. It's going to automatically import it if you simply press enter. We can wrap it and properly close it right here at the bottom and indent this. The import should have automatically happened from Clerk Next.js. That step was simple. Let's see what's happening at step 4. Now that Clerk is installed and mounted in your application, you can decide which pages are public and which should require authentication to access. And to make this happen, we need to create a middleware.ts file. So let's copy it from the docs and create it right here within the root of our directory, right next to .env.local, by creating a new file called middleware.ts. And we can paste what we copied. In this case, we won't be modifying anything. We'll just keep it default as it is. Now, let's see if it works as they say it does. What happens if you try accessing your app by visiting localhost 3000? If I reload on localhost 3000, you'll see that we are redirected to Clerk authentication, which is exactly what we wanted. Now, these auth pages are not within our localhost right now, which means that we have to create route pages within our routing structure so that this window appears directly within our routing structure. And we can do that by going to our app, our auth, and creating a new folder right here called sign up, like this. And then within the sign up, we can create a new folder, which is going to be called double square bracket sign dash up, and close it with a double square bracket. And within it, create a new page.tsx. A bit of a weird structure, but it works. And then run rafce within it, call it sign up page. And within it, the only thing we want to return will be sign up, which is a self-closing component, which we can automatically import directly from add Clerk /Next.js. Now, you can copy this entire file because we're going to also use it for the sign in. So let's create the same structure for sign in. Within our auth, we can create a new folder called sign-in. Within it, another folder, dash dash dot dot dot, sign dash in, close it, and within it, create a new page.tsx where you can paste what we copied. Of course, you want to rename it to sign in. There we go. And rename sign up page to sign in page. This is the only thing you have to do to create your own auth pages within Clerk. Now, the last thing you need to do to make it work is head to .env.local and add a few more variables. And those will be the paths to your pages. So you need to call them next public clerk sign in URL is equal to / sign dash in, duplicate it, rename this to sign up URL, and then replace this with up, and then do two more, which is going to be next public clerk, and then add the word after sign up and after sign in. Where do we want to navigate? And in this case, it's just going to be / in both of these cases. Finally, to test this out, we can follow one of the last steps from Clerk's docs, which is using their pre-built component of user button that allows users to manage their account information, completing this full authentication circle. So within our homepage, let's use this user button. I'm going to navigate over to root page, which is this one right here. By the way, to quickly switch the files, I use the Command P keystroke, which allows you to start typing the name of the file you want to go to, press enter, and you're immediately there. That's just another pro tip. Now, within here, we can wrap everything in a div. We can modify this home to be a p tag, like this, and right within it, we can render the user button component coming from Clerk Next.js, and we can give it a prop of after sign out URL is going to be /. So this is the URL that the user is navigated to once they sign out. And if we check out the docs, now you can sign out of your application and sign in. So that technically means that you are authenticated. Let's go ahead and test it in practice. Let's go ahead and test it within our localhost 3000. We immediately get redirected to our sign-in page, which is within our own application now. The sign-in window is at the top left right now, but don't worry about that. We're going to fix it soon. For now, let's continue with GitHub, Google, or just your email. I remember how hard it is to usually turn Google authentication on. You have to go to the Google Cloud Developer Console, get your ID, and do all sorts of other things. And right here, it just works out of the box. I just signed in with my Gmail account, and it's also asking me for my username. So right here, I'm going to say JavaScript, mastery, and press continue. And immediately, we are within our homepage. You can see that now we're authenticated, and we also have this icon pulled directly from Google that allows us to open up this Clerk window and where you can sign out, see your account details, as well as manage your account. Out of the box, you can manage your account and change profile information, update your username, email address, and even see connected accounts, as well as manage your password. Think about how long it would take you to develop all of this manually. It's just not worth the effort, as even if you did it manually, first of all, you're dealing with security here, which is not a good thing to quickly get done. And second of all, you wouldn't be able to have a beautiful UI such as this one. So when Clerk said 7 minutes, they truly meant it. Now, while we're finalizing the auth, let's customize Clerk's appearance with the branding of our application. That's also something I want to teach you, as it's very important to have that custom UI feel no matter the design of your application. So right here on the left side, go to customization and then navigate to branding. Here, you can modify your application name and upload the logo as well as the icon. You can find all of these within the assets folder that I provided to you. They'll be right within the public folder of our application. So let's choose the logo for the first one. There we go. And let's choose the icon for the second one. There we go. That's better. Now, before we check out how that looks in action, let's apply our brand color to all Clerk components simply by passing the appearance prop to the Clerk provider. The Clerk provider is within our base layout, and it can accept the appearance property, which can take in an object of variables. And here we can provide a color primary, which is going to be hash 624 CF5. And you can save it. Make sure not to have any spaces here. And now let's test it in our browser. Back on our local host, we can now sign out. And on the next sign in, you can see that now there's a logo here. And if you've been paying close attention, the color of the button also changed. And to finalize it, let's zoom it out and let's center it as well as change the background color. We can do that by navigating to our globals.css, and then right here below the layer base, we can add a new class of the .auth, and we can apply a couple of Tailwind properties or Tailwind classes, such as flex-center to center it, min-h-screen, so it takes the full height of the screen, w-full, so it takes the full width, and bg purple 100. This will apply a .auth class to our auth layout, which will result in this beautiful sign-in interface. And we can also move between sign in and sign up. And we can seamlessly log in into our application. So in this module, you've learned a lot. You've learned what Clerk is and how to integrate it within our application. You've learned how to protect specific routes. In this case, all routes are protected. You've learned how to set up the default sign in and sign up Clerk routes. And I've even taught you something that a lot of people think is impossible, which is styling your Clerk components. With that said, the only thing we have right here is an empty screen. So the next thing we'll do is create the entire front-end interface for our application. Components such as sidebar, navbar, and even mobile nav. To get started creating our layout, we can navigate to the routes layout TS file, because this is where all of the pages within the application will be. Here we have the main with the root, and then we have all the children. But on top of that, we want to render two things. And the first one is a sidebar component, self-closing like this. And the second one will be a mobile navigation. So let's create both of these components one by one, starting with the sidebar component. We can create it by going to our components, and right here creating a new folder within components called shared. Components shared across the entire application. Within shared, we can create a file called sidebar.tsx. Within there, we can run rafce to initialize our sidebar component. Then we can go back to the layout, uncomment the sidebar, and import it from components shared sidebar. Finally, let's start developing the sidebar by turning it into an aside element. This is an HTML5 semantic tag that usually means that something is on the side, as it says right here, and since it's a sidebar, it makes sense. We can give it a class name of sidebar, and this class name is coming directly from our globals. So in case you're wondering which styles exactly will be applied once you add this class name, you can go right here to search for the sidebar, and then find it right here. It will apply property of hidden, H-screen for full height, width of 72, white background, some padding, shadows, and then more shadows, and flex on large devices. Within the aside, we want to create a second wrapper div with a class name equal to flex, size-full, which is going to give it a width of 100 and a height of 100%, flex-column, and a gap of 4. Within it, we can render our first link. This link has to be imported from Next link, and it will have an href of / pointing to the home page with a class name equal to sidebar-logo, which automatically lets us know what do we put within it. And that's going to be the image, which is a self-closing tag coming from Next image. And we can give it a source equal to /assets/images/logo dash text.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 180, and a height of 28. If we save it, go back and reload, you'll be able to see our wonderful sidebar on the left side. Now, within the sidebar, we'll want to mention a lot of different links pointing to different features of our app, as you usually do with any kind of navigation component. And I don't want to necessarily just type all of these right here, such as link 1, link 2, 3, and so forth. We want to declare the links in a file called constants. So let's create a new folder within the root of our directory called constants, and within it, create a new index.ts file. In the same README where you found other code blocks, you'll also be able to find the constants file. It is a 200 lines long file, which is seemingly a lot, but it is incredibly simple. It is basically just exports of all different objects that we'll be using throughout our application. Specifically, nav links, which we need right now. It is just an array of different links which point to different routes that we created. They have a label, route, and the icon. This makes it so much easier now to consume it within the sidebar rather than to keep all of this right here within the component. Within the components, only focus on the JSX. Keep the logic and data in other files. So now that we have these nav links, we can use them right here below this link by creating a new nav component with a class name equal to sidebar-nav, but we only want to render them in case our user is signed in. And for that, we can use the signed in property from Clerk Next.js. The code within will only show if the user is signed in. We can then create a new UL, which is an unordered list, with a class name equal to sidebar-nav_elements. And within, we can finally map over our nav items by saying nav links coming from constants, .map, where we get each individual link, and for each one, we open up a function block, and first figure out if that is the link on which we're currently on. And we can do that by saying const is active is equal to if link.route is triple equal to the path name. That means that we're currently on that link. The path name, of course, is coming from the usePathName hook provided by Next.js. So we can say const path name is equal to usePathName coming from Next navigation. Finally, a map is missing a return. So now that we know whether we're active or not, we can return a new li item for each one of these links. Since we're mapping over it, each li has to have a key, which is going to be equal to link.route since they're unique. And we can also give it a class name of, it's going to be a template string where it will always have a sidebar-nav_element property. It will have a group class name as well. And then only if it is active, it will have a bg-purple-gradient and a text white. Else, it will simply have a color of text-gray-700. Within the li, for now, let's simply display a link.label. Now we can save it and check it out in action. But in action, we get a, look at this, a meaningful error coming from Next.js that says usePathName only works in client components. Add the useClient directive at the top of the file to use it. That is pretty simple. It means that we're using browser functionalities, and whenever you do that, you have to add the useClient directive at the top, which turned this component from a server-side rendered component by default to a client-side rendered one. And if we go back, you can see that we have home, which is currently highlighted, and then we have all of the other features which we will soon implement. Let's finalize our li by not only returning the link label, rather by rendering another link. So we can actually point somewhere by clicking it, and this link will have a class name equal to sidebar-link, and it will have an href of link.route. Within it, we'll render the image. Of course, it's not going to be a basic image. It will be a Next.js image, which has to have a source equal to link.icon. It has to have an alt tag of logo. It can also have a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name. Now we have to be careful. We're going to give it a bit of brightness, but only if it is active. So we can say if is active and apply brightness of 200. And then below that image, we'll render the link.label. So now if we save it, you can see how well this looks. We have a home, which is currently selected, and we can immediately navigate to all of the different routes simply by clicking on them. That works because we have already implemented the routes for all of these pages. And it is so simple to do because we have also created this constant, which is an array containing all of our routes with an icon, route, and a label. So you can see how easy it was to simply map over it. Now, this is what we will see if we're signed in. But if we're signed out, we need to do something different. In a similar fashion, we're going to use the signed out component coming from Clerk Next.js, which simplifies the way of showing some code if the user is signed out. No more checks at the top of the file and then ensuring if the user is logged in or not, a lot of if statements. We simply put it within the component. Here, we want to render a chat.cn button component. And looking at the docs, it's just a simple button that displays a component that looks like a button. If you click it, it clicks as well. So the reason why I'm showing you this documentation page is to let you know that this will be the first chat.cn component we will install. Yes, install. Even though we've set chat.cn up, it doesn't automatically provide you all of those components out of the box, which is a good thing because we won't necessarily need to use all of them. What we will need to do is just install the ones that we will be using by copying this command, or you can type it out with me. That is npx chat.cn-ui add latest add button. This component will add a new button within our code base. You have full control over it. You can see that a new folder called UI has been created within components, and there we have a button. This might seem like a lot of code for a button, but don't worry, you never have to go through these files created by chat.cn. You simply use them within our application. So right here, we can render that button with a capital B, importing it from /UI button. Within it, we can render a link, and that link will have an href pointing to sign in. So if we're signed out, we want to point to login. We can also give this button the asChild property, which means that it will be rendered as a link, which is exactly what it is. And we can give it a class name equal to button, bg-purple-gradient, and bg-cover. Now, we cannot see it yet because we're not logged out. So before we check it out, let's collapse it and let's create a button that allows us to log out. So still within the UL, right below this map, we can create a final li that will have a class name of flex-center, cursor-pointer, gap-2, and padding of 4. Within it, we can render the user button coming from Clerk Next.js. It is a self-closing component which we have used before already, so we know that we can give it the after sign out URL of just /, and we can also say show name, which will show the name. Now we can collapse both the signed in and the signed out, so it's easier to see what's happening. We have the logo, we have all of the list of the elements if we're signed in, and we have the button to log in if we're signed out. So let's go ahead and test it all together. Back within our application, we no longer have the button to check the user profile on the left in the navbar, but rather now it's right here as part of the sidebar, which allows us to sign out as well. Now, at this point in time, we cannot even go back to localhost to check it out if we're signed out. Currently, it's needed to be signed in to check it out. But later on, we can allow users to just check out what's happening without needing to log in. So with that in mind, let's just simply sign back in. Now, even though the current sidebar looks great, there's just so many things to look at. We don't know what to click, which things to check out first. So usually what you can see in all of the apps that have a lot of actions is that the top left part are for the actions you can take within the application. And then the bottom left is usually for some kind of administration, like logging out, buying credits, or checking out your profile. So let's turn this into two separate lists. We can do that by navigating into the signed in and then slicing the links before we display them by saying .slice from 0 to 6th element, and then .map. We do everything the same, and we close the UL right here. So we close it a bit before. Then keep in mind, we still have this link right here. And for that one, we want to open up a new UL element because we want to separate them into two parts. So that will be UL class name sidebar nav elements, where we have just an LI with a user button. So if you go back, that will now push it to the bottom, which looks better. But we're missing the last two elements from the list because we've sliced only the first 6 one. So what we can do is we can copy all of the nav links one more time, not including the UL, and paste them right here within the second UL. And this time we want to slice from the element 6 until the end. And of course we want to indent it properly. There we go. And indent this. So now if we do that and save, you'll see that on top left, you can see different things that we can do. And on the bottom left, you can do some admin stuff like checking out your profile, buying credits, or signing out. Wonderful. That's it for our sidebar. Now let's go ahead and move into creating a mobile navigation bar, because what happens if a user is on a mobile phone, they won't have enough space to show the entire sidebar. To demonstrate that, I've put my browser to the right side and my Visual Studio Code on the left, and you can see that our sidebar automatically gets hidden after it loses a specific amount of width. This is for tablet, and then if we go here, it is gone. So let's create this mobile navigation bar. We can do that by navigating over to shared components and creating a new file called mobile nav.tsx. There we can run RAFCE, save it, and we can go back to our layout of the root, and we can uncomment the mobile nav and import it from components shared mobile nav. Immediately, it appears right here on top of the website. The next thing we want to do is install another Shadcn component called Sheet. A sheet extends the dialog component and displays the content that complements the main content of the screen. Something like this. You click it, and it shows up from the right side. So we can install it by running this command. That is npx shadcn UI latest add sheet. And immediately here, we can copy its usage as well. So go to Shadcn docs and search for sheet. And there you have the usage. You can copy all of the imports that they have shared right here and use them within the mobile nav. We can also copy the entire sheet. Don't just paste it yet. First, wrap the entire mobile nav into a semantic header component that has a class name of header. That's going to make it look like this. Within the header, create a link, which of course has to be imported from next link with an href of / pointing to homepage and a class name equal to flex, items-center, gap of 2, and on medium devices, padding y of 2 as well. Within there, we can render a self-closing image component, of course being imported from next image, that will have a source equal to / assets, / images, / logo dash text dot svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of about 180, and also a height of about 28. If we save it, you can see this great logo appear on top. Finally, we want to create a navigation bar right below the link. So we can call it a nav that will have a class name equal to flex and a gap of 2. Within it, we can render the signed in component, meaning that this only shows if we're signed in. Immediately, we want to render the user button coming from Clerk. It will have the after sign out URL to / as well. If we save it, that's immediately looking good. There we go. And then we want to render the sheet component that we copied from ShatsCN. This thing right here. Simply paste it, indent it properly, and save it. This is how a sheet looks like. You click open, and it's there. Now let's modify the sheet trigger from just a piece of text that says open to an image by saying image, self-closing one, that has a source of /assets /icons /menu.svg with an alt tag of menu, a width of about 32, and a height of 32, and a class name of cursor -pointer so we know that it's clickable. There we go. That's better. We have the menu, we click on it, and it opens. Now, right below the sheet trigger, we have the sheet content, to which we can give a class name equal to sheet-content, and on small devices, width of 64. If we save it and open it up, there we go. That's looking good. We can remove everything that is currently within the sheet content and start from scratch by rendering an empty React fragment, and within it, we can render an image. This image will have a source equal to /assets /images /logo-text.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of about 152, and a height of about 23. If we save it, you can see just the logo because the logo here is being hidden, so we want to display it again so you know which app you're using. Right below the image, we want to render all of the links we've had before. So for that, we can go over to our sidebar by using Command P and then pressing sidebar and then enter. And we can copy the way that we map over the nav link elements. So we can copy essentially the entire UL right here. There we go. And then we can paste it right here below the image. Of course, indent it properly. And don't forget to import nav links from constants. In this case, we don't want to slice them. We want to show all of them at once. And we also need to get access to the path name. And for doing that, you know what you need to do. Const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. Now, if we save it, you're going to get an error saying that use path name only works in client components. So let's immediately declare this component as use client. Let's remove the imports which we don't need from UI sheet and put it all in one line. There we go. And now if we scroll down and click on it, you can see that we thought we would be able to see something, but nothing is there. So let's modify the class names. In this case, our UL right here won't have the sidebar nav elements. Rather, it will have a class name of header nav elements. Also, we can completely remodify the class names of this LI. So let's expand it in multiple lines. And let's give it a class name equal to a template string, immediately putting a dynamic block saying if is active, and then give it a class name of gradient text like this. And then outside of the dynamic block, give it a padding of 18, flex, white space, no wrap, and text -dark, -700. If we save it, that's going to make it look quite different. And in this case, we don't even need to render an image because there's not a lot of space on mobile devices. So just rendering a label is fine. And we don't need to provide it a class name of sidebar link. But now that I think about it, we might want to keep the image, as it did look better with it. So let's keep the class name of sidebar link, as well as the image right here. But I believe we can remove the class name so that all of the images are the same, and then the text is the only thing that changes. And also, let's give the entire link a cursor of pointer. If we save it, you can hover over them, and you can also re-navigate to different screens. That is great. Finally, if we're logged out, we want to do almost the same exact thing as we've done in the sidebar, which is simply checking if the user is signed out and rendering a button to sign back in. So going all the way down below the sheet content and the sheet and the signed in, we want to display the signed out, which we need to import from Clerk Next.js. We want to import the button as well. And if we're signed out, we can point back to signed in. And now, if we click on a specific link, such as the image restore, we can check that it actually modifies in the URL. And even though we cannot see it right now because the header is covering the title of the page we're on, we can see that the URL changes, which means that our mobile navbar is working as well. Also, notice that if you go back to home, you can see double the user button. That's because we have never removed it from the page, which now we can safely do by removing this user button, because we always have one user button, either in the navbar, or if we expand, we have it right here at the bottom, which means that we have successfully implemented the left sidebar on desktop devices and the full mobile navbar on mobile devices. And in the process of doing so, we've learned a couple of things. We've learned how to use a sheet component coming from ShatCN, as well as learned how to use the signed out and signed in components coming from Clerk to only show code that should be shown to either signed in or signed out users. Phenomenal work so far, but we're only getting started. Now is the time that we focus on implementing our database, doing a complete MongoDB database setup, connection caching, learning about MongoDB models, creating them, and more. So let's dive right in. To set up our database, we'll use MongoDB Atlas, which is a cloud solution for spinning up MongoDB databases. You can just go to MongoDB Atlas and click try for free. Then you can either sign up or sign in. Then you can create your organization if you don't yet have one and create a new project. I'm gonna call my Imaginify. Just add yourself as the project owner and click create project. Next, you'll have to create a deployment. So click create. And then, of course, we'll go with the free version and click create again. Then you'll be able to choose your username and password. I'm going to go with something simple like JSM and 123123 and create a user. Oh, there we go. It's too weak. So let's auto-generate it and copy it just so I have it for reference and click create user. After that, your IP address will already be added, so that's good. So let's click finish and close, and then go to overview. You can see that our cluster is being created. And while it's being created, we can go to network access, add an IP address, and click allow access from anywhere, which will allow us to more easily deploy our application to production while still having access to our database. Then you can go to overview, connect, and select drivers. Here, it will give you the necessary steps, such as the installation of MongoDB and this connection string that you have to copy. Make sure not to lose the password that you created before, and close. Now that you've done that, you can navigate over to the .env.local file. We can also add some comments to make it more readable, such as here, we can add Clerk. Then the second one can be Clerk URLs, and we can also say MongoDB. And here we can create a MongoDB underscore URL is equal to, and then you can paste your connection string. In my case, it's this one. And the only thing I have to do is change the password. So I'm gonna use the one that was automatically generated for me. Hopefully you remember yours as well. Now we need to install MongoDB and Mongoose. And we can do that by running npm install MongoDB and Mongoose. Now that we have everything installed, let's set up our MongoDB connection. We can do that by going to our lib, creating a new folder called database, and within database, we can create a new file called mongoose.ts. Inside of here, we'll make the connection to our Mongoose MongoDB database. So to get started with that, we can first import Mongoose as well as Mongoose with a capital M within curly braces from Mongoose. We can also set up our MongoDB underscore URL as a variable right here, coming from process.env.mongodb underscore URL. And just to make TypeScript happy, we can create a new interface of Mongoose connection, just so we know how that connection will look like. It's essentially an object consisted of con, which is connection, of a type mongoose or null, and it will also have a promise, which is of a type promise mongoose or null once again. But now is where the tricky part happens. Usually in Express applications, you might have seen that we directly connect to MongoDB within the application only once. But in Next.js, it's the other way around. We have to call it on each and every server action or API request that we do. But in Next.js, unlike in traditional server-based applications like those using Express and MongoDB, you connect to the database on every request or server action because Next.js runs in a serverless environment. Serverless functions are stateless, meaning that they start up to handle a request and shut down right after, without maintaining a continuous connection to databases. This approach ensures that each request is handled independently, allowing for better scalability and reliability, as there's no need to manage persistent connections across many instances, which works well with scalable and flexible nature of Next.js applications. But doing that without any optimization would mean too many MongoDB connections open for each and every action we perform on the server side. So to optimize our process, we'll resort to caching our connections. To properly implement caching, we can create a new variable called cached, which will be of a type mongoose connection. And it will be equal to global as any dot mongoose. We're doing this to make TypeScript happy, to know that this global is coming from the global scope. Then, if we're calling this file for the first time, we're going to say if not cached before, then we want to set the cached to be equal to global as any dot mongoose, and then we want to set the connection and the promise to null. Then we want to create a new function, so export const connect to database, which is an async function, and here we'll do the connection. If a cached connection already exists, so if cached con is there, then we'll simply return that cached connection and immediately exit out of the function. This is the optimization we're making. And also, if there is no MongoDB URL, in that case, we can throw a new error saying MongoDB URL is not defined, or simply missing MongoDB URL. Finally, if there is no cached promise of a connection, we want to create a new cached promise. So we can say cached.promise is equal to either the existing cached promise or the new connection to the MongoDB database by calling the mongoose.connect, to which we need to pass the MongoDB URL as well as some additional options, such as the DB name, which in this case will be Imaginify, as well as an option of buffer commands of false, like this. Let's now put it in multiple lines so it's easier to understand. We're doing the cached promise or mongoose connect, to which we then pass the options of DB name and buffer commands false. And once we have this promise, it will resolve in a connection. So we can say cache.con is equal to await cached.promise. And finally, we can return .cached.connection. So once again, every time that we try to connect to our database, first we'll check if we already have a cached connection, and if we do have it, we'll exit out immediately, therefore optimizing our application. If not, we'll try to make a new connection to MongoDB. I know this is a bit tricky due to the serverless nature of Next.js, but I hope that this explanation helped you just a bit more to recognize the difference between serverful and serverless architectures. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. In this case, serverless is more scalable. Now that we have our connection, we are ready to create our first models. So let's navigate over to lib, database, and create a new folder called models. Then we can create a new file called image.model.ts. This will be a model for one of our image transformation that we'll do. So let me teach you how to create our first Mongoose model. First, we can say const image schema is equal to new schema coming from Mongoose, and then we pass in the definition of the schema for that model. In this case, it will have a title of a type string and required to true, because we need to know what is the title of that image. It will have its own transformation, which will also be a type string required to true. It has to have its public ID, which will be a type string required to true. It has to have its secure URL, which is of a type string required to true. And we can also use a type URL right here. Makes a bit more sense. Now, our images will have a lot of properties, such as a width, which will be of a type number, and it won't be required. We can also do height, right? We need a height too. So we can say height is of a type number. Then we can have a config, which is going to be of a type object. We'll have the transformation URL to know when we transformed a specific image, which will be of a type URL, not required. We can also keep track of the aspect ratio, which will be of a type string in this case. We can keep track of the color of the image, so we can have a type string. We can have a prompt use to generate that image, which will be also of a type string. Very important, we need to have the author that generated that image, which will be of a type schema.types.objectID with a reference to the user. Of course, this object ID is the type of the author right here. We want to have a created add date to keep track of the date, which will be just a type date with a default of date.now. And we also want to have the updated add, which will be exactly the same thing. And this gives us our image schema. But now we want to turn this schema into a model. And we can do that by saying const image is equal to, we check if it already exists under the models. So models.image. And this models is coming from Mongoose as well, so we can import it. Or if it doesn't exist, we can create a new model with the name of image based off of the image schema. And this model also has to be imported from Mongoose. Finally, we want to export default that constructor, or the model in this case, called image. Now, since we'll be working with TypeScript, what do you say that we immediately create the type for this image so that our frontend immediately knows what properties do we have on the documents built off of the image schema? We can do that by creating a new interface for the image. What I like to do in this case is just leverage ChatGPT to create it for me. So I can say create an iImage interface based off of the following image schema. And then we can feed it all of this information and we'll see what it will come up with. There we go. Here's how we can define it. And immediately it started giving us all of the properties. So let's wait until it is done. And let's copy this code and paste it right here above. Of course, you can type it out with me in case you're not using ChatGPT for this one. We have to export this interface as well, as we'll be using it within our frontend. and we're going to make it extend the document, which is imported from Mongoose. This will automatically give it fields like _ID. Let's see if ChatGPT got it right. We need a title of a type string. We need a transformation type of a type string as well. Public ID string, secure URL, which is also going to be a string. Width, which is of a type number. Height number as well. Config is going to be an object. Of course, we could make it a bit more specific if you want to. We then also have the transformation URL, aspect ratio, color, prompt, author, which won't be just a string. Rather, it will be an object where the _ID is of a type string. First name is also of a type string, and last name is of a type string. And created at and updated at are dates. Great. So now we have our interface as well as our schema. And based off of the schema, we're also getting our model, or we can call it a constructor for future documents belonging to this schema. Now, I have a challenge for you, and that is to create a new model, this time for the user. So create a new file called user.model.ts and start creating the same structure like we have here for the user schema. Make sure that it has fields like Clerk ID, because we'll be modifying it with Clerk. Also make sure that it has an email, username, photo, first name, last name, plan ID, because they can be a paying user, and the credit balance to know how many more image transformations can they make. Pause this video and take some time to try to do it yourself. I'm going to provide you with a solution in 3, 2, 1. The complete solution to this exercise, or the final user.model.ts file, can be found in the README of this video. So simply compare your solution to the final one. Essentially here we create a new schema with some fields. And in this case, I didn't even create a TypeScript interface for it, which you can do, and plus points for you if you did that. But let's just try to follow this structure for now, just so we don't have any issues later on once we create these models. Make sure that it has a Clerk ID with a type string required to true and unique to true as well. Then we have the email, username, photo, first name, last name, plan ID, and the credit balance. Once again, great job for trying it out yourself, but for now, just paste the final solution so we're on the same page. And the last model that we need will be called transaction.model.ts. I will also provide this one to you in the README down below. So simply copy it and paste it here. A transaction is used as an additional reference between the user and the image creation, because we have to keep track of the credits. So each transaction is essentially a Stripe conversion that we make to turn credits into images. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, it will make much more sense once we start using it on the front end. And with that, you've successfully learned how to set up a MongoDB database. You've learned how to create a MongoDB and Mongoose connection and cache it as well for serverless architecture that Next.js offers. And finally, you've learned how to create 3 separate MongoDB models. Now, in the next module, we'll be able to start using these models to create their instances, such as create new users, create new images, and make transactions. We'll do all of that using Next.js's server actions. And when creating a user, we'll sync Clerk's user data to our backend using something known as a webhook. So let's get started. And the first thing we can do are going to be the CRUD functionalities for user actions, meaning creating, viewing, updating, and deleting users. And we can do that by starting to create our first actions file. We can do it within lib and create a new folder called actions, utilizing the Next.js server actions. In there, we can create our first file called user.actions.ts. And the most important part to make this a server actions file is to add a use server directive at the top of the file. This will mark all of the export functions from this file as server actions, because they're within a file that uses the useServer directive. And what are server actions in the first place? Well, they are simply asynchronous functions that are executed on the server. They can be used both in server and client components to handle form submission and data mutations, but we can also use them for GET requests too. The only convention is to use the useServer directive at the top of the file, declare whatever you want to do, and then use it within your pages. Server actions are a simpler alternative to API routes. We don't necessarily need to have many API routes, we can just use simple functions. Now, since user CRUD actions are something that we do in almost every single video, to quickly get us started on it, you can find the complete user.actions.ts file in the README of this video. Copy it and paste it right here. You'll notice that we have 4 separate functions: delete user, update user, read user or get user by ID, and create user. That's it. Now, before I explain all of these in detail, you can see that we're missing some dependencies to this file, such as the handle error function coming from utils, as well as some of the type properties right here. Navigate over to the README and override the complete utils.ts file. Here, you'll notice that we have our handle error, which is a very simple function that takes in an error and then simply console logs it appropriately so we know where is it coming from. There are also some additional things like different loaders, string that modifies the base to base64, and functions that form our URL query. As with the user actions file, you can also notice that we're missing some types. So let's also get access to those types. To create the types, go right here to the root of your directory, create a new folder called type, or we can even call it types, and within it, create a new index.d.ts. In the README down below, you can also find full declarations of types that we'll use across the application. For example, here we have create user params, indicating what we need to pass into the function that will then create a user. If you want to, you can review these, but as with any of the files that I provide to you, I will explain them in detail as soon as you add them. So now our user.actions.ts file is no longer complaining, and we can check it out and see exactly what it does. There are 4 different server actions: create, read, update, and delete. Let's look into create first. Since we're using a serverless architecture, we have to call the function that we created in the mongoose.ts file a bit before, the one that caches the connection to the database. And we have to call it on every single call because, remember, the connection to the database doesn't persist. Rather, we have to make another request every time that we want to get something or do something, in this case, create a user. But thankfully, we're caching our connection, so the next time we try to create a user, it will already know what it needs to do, and it won't waste any time actually connecting it. So how are we connecting a user? Well, we simply say const new user, and we await a call to the user model, where we call the .create method on it that creates a new document to which we pass the user data coming from the frontend. And what data will it be? It will have a Clerk ID, email, username, first name, last name, and a photo. Similarly, we can read the user details like that by using the model and then the method .findOne on it, where we find one by the Clerk ID, where it's equal to the user ID. If we don't find it, we throw an error, else we return the user data. The update is very similar as well. We find one and update the user, and we return it back. And delete is even simpler. We find the user. If there is no user to delete, we throw an error, else we delete a user and send it back. This is it. These are the CRUD operations for our users. So now let's go into a bit more detail into the most important function here, which is the one that creates a user. Well, you might be wondering, why do we have to create a database user if Clerk is already doing that for us? Here we have our user, right? Well, yes, but at the same time, no. We have to have access to the user in the database as well. We have to know, has that user created any images? We have to make references from the user to these images. And how do we do that? Well, we have to sync the data between a Clerk user and our newly created database user. And we'll do that by using the concept known as webhooks. A webhook is a concept where when something happens, an event is triggered. In our case, what will trigger an event? Well, in our case, Clerk will trigger an event once a user signs up with a new Clerk account. Then it will make a request with a payload containing all of that juicy Clerk user data, such as the username, first name, last name, hashed password, and more. Then it will send that data over to event processing directly to our database so that we can then create a new user within our database and sync those users up. So let me show you how to connect Clerk with webhooks to our MongoDB database. The easiest way in which we can do that will require us to immediately deploy our application right now. It's weird, right? We don't yet have a lot of stuff to show, but we need to deploy it so that we can expose our application endpoints to the internet so that once we create a new Clerk user, it can ping that endpoint and therefore automatically create a new user in our database. So let's get our application deployed. We can do that by going over to GitHub and then entering our repository name. We can leave it to public for now and click Create Repository. Make sure to not tick Add a README because here we have some useful information. Open up your terminal. Let's stop it from running so we have more space right here. And before we deploy it, we just have to make sure that our app works. So in this case, it looks like we have to install an additional package called QS, as in query string, by running npm install QS. And then reloading back here, it seems to be working fine. So now we can stop our terminal from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then clear. We can run git init, git add dot, git commit -m, initial commit, git branch -m, main, git remote add origin, and then git push u origin main. In a second, our new code base will be pushed directly over to GitHub. At the same time, we can head over to Vercel. Here, you can see all of the great projects that we're building over. Many of these belong to the Masterclass program, where we teach people how to develop apps themselves completely independently. But if you click Add New, go to Project, our new project should be right here at the top, and you can click Import. You can modify the project name, and this is important, head over to environment variables, go back to your envs, copy them all, and then simply paste them right here. It will automatically figure out what they are, and you can click deploy. This deployment process will take about a minute, so let's give it some time, and I'll be right back. And there we go. In about a minute, our project got deployed, so you can click right here, and it will lead you to your newly deployed project now on the internet. And you can see Clerk automatically opens up. We can see that it is under our new domain, and we can now sign in as we usually would. And we are in. Now, we don't necessarily need this page right here, but what we do need is the URL of our deployed application. So let's copy it or save it somewhere for later because we'll need it. Once you save it, we can open up a documentation page for syncing Clerk data to your backend with webhooks. You can find this page just by Googling it, and just by reading the title, it seems like this is exactly what we want to do. A common setup for applications that involves a frontend for customers to interact with a backend that includes a database. Since authentication and user management happens on Clerk side, data eventually needs to reach the application's backend. And the recommended way to sync that data is via webhooks. So let's figure out how to make it happen. First, we have to go to our Clerk dashboard and navigate to webhooks. It is right here on the left side. Then click Add Endpoint, and here you can enter the endpoint URL. In our case, the URL will be the URL of our deployed application, but we have to point to a specific route. So that will be /API /webhooks /Clerk. Make sure to spell this exactly as I have it right here. API webhooks Clerk. Because the way it works is Clerk's webhooks will ping our application upon specific events. And in our case, the event will have something to do with users, specifically when a user is created, deleted, or updated. And click Create. There we go. Now we can keep track of all of the events that are happening. You'll also notice that there is a signing secret right here. So make sure to reveal it and copy it. We then need to go back to our application and add it to our .env.local by saying clerk webhook secret, and we can paste it by saying webhook _ secret is equal to this string right here. And then if we keep going through the docs, the second step is to add the secret to our .env, which we have done. And the third thing is to understand how does the webhook event payload, or in other words, data, look like. It has a data object that holds the information for the event's payload, the object, which is always the event, and then the type of the event. The fourth step is to install the Swix package. This is a package that verifies the webhook signature, making it easy to verify the authenticity of the webhook event. So we simply need to run npm install Swix, which we can do by running this command in our terminal. And then we have to create the endpoint of our application. We can copy it here directly from the docs, but in the case of our application, I will provide you with a complete webhook file in the README down below. So copy it from there, go back to our code, and create a new file under app, new folder of API, another folder within it of webhooks, another folder within it of Clerk, and then within Clerk, create a new file called route.ts. This is our first API route, and within here, you can paste the complete file. That's gonna look something like this. It feels like there's a lot happening, over 117 lines. But let me show you what is truly happening. First, we're importing the same user actions that we have created within lib actions user actions. And it looks like it's having trouble accessing this file. But if you simply remove something from it and then manually go to the user actions, you'll notice that now it's not gonna complain. The way that this webhook file works is that it's always accepting a webhook based off of the webhook secret coming from Clerk. It gets all the headers, the signatures to ensure that we are the real sender of the hook, and then we are looking for different types of events. If the event is user created, then we want to create the user within the database. If the event type is updated, then we want to update. And if the event type is deleted, then we want to delete it. That is more or less it. And of course, we'll dive deeper into each one of these three if statements to figure out exactly what's happening in there. But for now, let's just ensure that they can actually get called. And we can do that by following the last step of our documentation here, which is to add our endpoint to middleware. So let's see what they're doing here, adding public routes. So navigating over to our middleware.ts file, we can specify public routes, which is an array where we can say /API /webhooks /Clerk. This means that we're allowing public access to this API endpoint so Clerk can ping it with new events. So let's test it out by publishing all of this new code to production. We can do that by opening up the terminal, clearing it, and running git add dot git commit -m implement Clerk webhooks git push. This will push it directly over to GitHub, which means that Vercel will also take notes and start building it. Now, keep in mind, we added one additional environment variable, so we have to make sure that it gets added to the final version of the application as well. So let's go over to settings and then environment variables. And let's add the secret key. Going back to our .env, that is this one right here, webhook secret. And let's paste it and click save. Now, an important note is that whenever you add a new environment variable, you have to redeploy your latest commit so it actually recognizes it. So let's give it a minute until our latest deployment is building, and then I'll be right back. There we go. The latest version of our app has been built in 1 minute and 8 seconds. And now we can close all of the files besides the localhost 3000. So we're not going to be doing testing on the live deployed version, rather localhost, which right now is unreachable. So let's go back over to the code and run npm run dev to run our application on localhost 3000. There we go, we're back online. Now, before we go ahead and test anything related to what we've just done, let me ensure to explain it all in detail. So the way this works is as soon as we create a new Clerk user, let me sign out for now so I can show you how that works. As soon as the new user is created, Clerk will ping our new endpoint that we created, which is this one right here, and tell it, hey, there's a new event and it's of a type user.created. Let's see, what do we do then? All of the information about that user is saved within event data. Things such as ID, email addresses, image URL, first name, last name, username, and more. We extract all of that data and set it to a new user object. Now, once we have a complete user object, we call create user. But what is this? This is the server action that we have created before that takes in all of that user data and then creates a new user in our database. Then, once we do that, we simply merge the Clerk ID with our own user ID and return back a message saying OK. Similar things happen for update and delete as well. If the event is user updated, we simply call the update user server action, and if it is delete, we simply delete it. So, what do you say that we give it a shot? Let's try to continue with Google on our local host and see what happens. Make sure to choose a new account that you haven't used before. And of course, you'll need to choose a different username, such as the real JSM, and press continue. Now, this works exactly as it worked before. We are back here, we have this wonderful looking navigation, we can see our user information, and it all works. So what did we even do? Well, here's the difference. Behind the scenes, Clerk this time let our application know, hey, a new user is created, please add it to your database as well. So now, if we check out our MongoDB Atlas database, enter the cluster, and go to collections, you should be able to see a users collection with one object. Or two. Looks like a user has already been testing the application. But hey, the user that I created is right here. It has all of the necessary information, such as the first name and last name, picked directly from Clerk, as well as a photo, username, email, Clerk ID, and the real object ID. It works exactly as we imagined. So, this module was interesting. You learned how to create server actions. You just create them in a special file that has a use server directive, and every function that you export from there is called a server action. From those functions, we have to then every time connect to the database, but don't fret, we're doing it in an optimized way because we have a cached connection, which we created before. Then we introduced the concept of webhooks. So we created and exposed a new route where we gave permission to Clerk's webhook to ping us whenever a new event gets created. Once it does, we figure out the event type and call our server action, which then, of course, creates the user in the database. So now we're syncing the Clerk user data with our database user data. You learned about CRUD, you learned about server actions, you learned about webhooks. This one was great. Next up, now that we finally have a real user within our database, that user can do stuff. we'll create the add image form, which will allow our user to add new image transformations. So let's do that right away. We can start by heading over to our app, root, transformations, specifically the add type page right here. And then within here, instead of rendering this add transformation type page, which we cannot even see at this point because it's being covered by a navbar, we want to render something different. And that something will be a header component. So let's quickly head over to our components and create a new shared component called header.tsx, run rafce right within it, and then import it and return it as the only thing within our add transformation type page. That's going to be a simple self-closing header, which we can import from components shared. Great. To this header, we can pass two props. The first one is a title, and we can do something like transformation title. And the second one is a subtitle like this, which can be a transformation subtitle. There we go. That's good. Let's also put it in a new line so it's easier to see what's happening. And you can see our header component now is complaining because if we head to it, it's not accepting any props. So let's fix it. Let's make it accept a title as well as a subtitle. And now that I'm checking this out, it might make more sense to spell out subtitle with a lowercase t. It looks just a bit better. So make sure that it is exactly the same as how you spell it there. And we can also provide the types where the title will be of a type string and the subtitle will be optional and it will also be of a type string. Now that we have that information, we can wrap everything within a React fragment, which will look something like this. And then we can return an h2 element that will have a class name equal to h2-bold, as well as text-dark-600, and within it, we can render the title. And also right below the h2, if the subtitle exists, and only if it does, we want to render a p tag that's going to render the subtitle, and we can also give it a class name of something like p-16-regular and mt of 4 for margin top to divide it a bit from the h2. And that is our header. Now, why is nothing being shown on the screen? Well, that's because we are on our homepage. So if we navigate to a specific transformation, like image restore, you can just start seeing something barely here. Let's ensure we're in the right one. We're on the add and then restore. Yes, so this is looking good. But as you can see, our navbar is hiding the header. So to fix it, we might need to see what's happening not within the header, but within the root layout. Here we have a root container class and a wrapper class, which should provide us some space for the header to show below the navbar. So let's navigate over to our globals.css, and right here below the auth, let's also add the root and the container classes. We can start with a .root, where we can apply a couple of Tailwind properties. A flex min-h-screen, so it takes the full height of the screen, w-full for full width, flex-column, so elements appear one below another, bg white, and on large devices, flex-row. We can also create the root container, so .root-container. And here we can apply the margin top of 16, which will provide the necessary space for it to show, flex of 1, overflow of auto, padding y of 8, on large devices, margin top of 0, because there we don't have the navbar, and on large devices, max-h-screen, as well as on large devices, padding y of 10. If we now save this, you can see that the header appears properly. Now we can go back to our header and we can see exactly what we're showing. The transformation title and the transformation subtitle. But the whole goal of this page is for it to display things dynamically. So if we are on the generative fill, we want to say something about generative fill. Same thing for object remove, recolor, and so on. So how will we make that happen? Well, to make it happen, we can make use of the params that we have here. You can notice that right now we are under the route add and then restore. And if you remember before, I mentioned that whatever you put in these square brackets, you will have access to within the props. So specifically in this case, it's the type. So what we can do in this case is destructure the params, and then from the params, destructure the type. And of course, we have to ensure to specify its type, which will be of a search param props. And now that we know on which type we are, for example, generative fill, we want to figure out what to show in the header. And for that, we can import transformation types coming from add/constants. This constants file is a simple object that contains the type that we have in our URL, and based off of the type, it provides us with a title and a subtitle, as well as the icon. So it will be very easy to show what we need to show here, simply by taking it out of that object, by saying const transformation, and it's equal to transformation types, and then we enter that specific type. For example, if we are under restore, we can go into the transformation types, restore, and now we can grab the title and the subtitle. So let's say right here, that's going to be a transformation dot title. And similarly, we can call the transformation dot subtitle. Back in the constants, I'm using the capital T, so let's also modify the capital T right here. And now you can see that we get a nice header that says restore image, refine images by removing noise and imperfections. And we can go to generative fill, and that also changes the header, changing the title and the subtitle. This works incredibly well. Not to mention that it also works on our desktop devices. So if we go here, you can see home, image restore, generative fill, object remove, object recolor, and background remove as well. Now that we have the header, let's focus on a component that is much more important that also has to be shown on this page, and that is the form. So right next to the header, within our shared components, we can create a new file called transformation form.tsx, inside of which we can run RAFCE, and then we can go back to the page, wrap everything in a React fragment, put the header on top right here, and then immediately after render the transformation form coming from shared transformation form. Immediately, if you reload, you should be able to see transformation form right here. So to get started with building our transformation form, we'll check out the docs coming directly from ShadCN. They say React hook form, building forms with React hook form and Zod. Forms are tricky. They are one of the most common things you'll build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. Well-designed forms are well-structured, easy to use and navigate, accessible, have support for client and server-side validation, and well-styled and consistent. So in this guide, we'll take a look at building forms with React hook form and Zod. In this case, we're going to use the form component as the wrapper. We'll use the form field for an individual field, and a library called Zod for form validation. So let's scroll down a bit and check out the installation process. First, we have to add the form. So we can copy the installation command, go to the code, split it, and add it. It is as simple as that. Next, we can navigate over to the transformation form, and we can import what they say we need to import. In this case, that is Z from Zod, and then a form schema. So to get started with this, we can just import everything from the form schema. We can just import everything from the first step of the docs, and just paste it right here at the top. First of all, it's a use client component because it has to manage keyboard and key press and submit events. And then we import Z from Zod, and we define our form schema. And then below the import, we have the form schema. For now, just referring to the username. Later on, we're going to update it. Let's go to the second step, where we have to import the ZOD resolver and the use form right here at the top. And then we can define the form and define a submit handler, which we can do right here at the top of our component. After that, we can build out our form by first importing the input, all of the things from the form, and the button. So right here at the top, we can paste all of those imports, and you can notice that we haven't yet installed an input from ShadCN. So we can do that by saying add input right here. After, we actually render out the entire form. So let's copy the form and paste it right here as the return of our transformation form component. And let's make sure to indent it properly. There we go. And that's it. You have a fully accessible form. So to verify that truly to be the case, we can see that this looks wonderful. We have a username input with some helper fields and a submit button with a complete validation right out of the box with ShadCN. But now we want to turn this very simple form that has one single username field into something much more complex. So let's get started with the validation, where we can define what kind of fields or inputs we want to have. Well, we can start with a title field of a type z.string. Then we can have the aspect ratio of our image, which will be of a type z.string, and then .optional. We can also do something like color, which will also be a z.string and .optional, as well as a prompt, which will also be a z-string optional. And finally, we need a public ID, which will be a z.string, but not optional. Now we have all of our fields, and we also have to define the default values. So right here at the top of our component, let's say const initial values is equal to, and now in case we're doing the editing on a specific image, not creating, then we might immediately have some data from before. In that case, we can check if data exists and if action is triple equal to update with a capital U, then we can define an object containing some default values. Else, we can simply set it to true default values, which are coming from constants. That's going to look something like this, where we have all of these empty fields, title, aspect ratio, color, prompt, and public ID, which we can copy for now, and we can use them as the default values in case if we already have some values. But in this case, we will already have access to these pieces of data. So let's hold the Windows key or the command or the option key to select multiple cursors, and then you can keep holding it to move through these words. While you're still holding it, hold the Shift key to select it, Command or Control C to copy it, remove the empty string, like this, and then say data, ? Dot, and then paste it. This way, we immediately can fill in all the data, or if that keyboard shortcut combination seemed like magic to you, in that case, you can simply type out what I have right here. So this will only populate the data of the form in case we're updating the already existing image. But now I'm sure you can notice the error we have on the right side, and that is that the data and action doesn't exist. So what do you say that we get it through prompts? We can say action, and data, which by default can be set to null, is of a type transformation form props. There we go. And now it's no longer complaining. Now, when we're defining the default values of our form, we can simply set the default values to be equal to initial values. And later on, once we call this form component, you'll see in which cases we'll pass the data in. Of course, if you're creating the image for the first time, it's going to be empty. Therefore, the values will be empty. But if we're editing, then it will pull the values from the data. And finally, for now, in the submit handler, let's simply console log the values we're getting back. Now, going back to where we're calling this transformation form, let's give it some props. Let's give it an action, which in this case will be equal to add, like this. Because we're for the first time adding or creating an image, not editing it. Because we are in which page? The add page. Let's also give it a user ID so we know which user is creating this specific image. So we can say user ID is equal to, and now we have to figure out where this user is coming from. And with Clerk, it's quite easy to get access to the currently logged in user. We can do that right at the top by saying const user ID, destructuring it from auth, which you import from Clerk Next.js and call as a function. And instead of passing it directly right here, which would maybe make sense, user ID match with the user ID, in this case, we need to pass a real user ID, the underscore ID coming from the user in the database, not the Clerk ID. So what we need to do first is say const user is equal to await get user by ID, which is coming from user actions, and then we pass the user ID like this. And of course, we have to turn the entire function into an async function since this is an await call. And this user ID sometimes might be of a type null. And now that we have the user, we can pass the user dot underscore ID right here, which is the real ID of the user in the database. We can also pass the type of the transformation we're doing. In this case, that's the transformation dot type as transformation type key, which is just a type. And we can pass the credit balance, which is equal to user dot credit balance. Now we're passing everything we need to the transformation form. You can see that we no longer have an error, but the question is, why is TypeScript complaining right here that the user ID could possibly be null? Well, the only thing we have to do to resolve it is say something like if there is no user ID. In that case, just do a redirect coming from next navigation to / sign in like this. There we go. Now everybody's happy, and we're now calling our transformation form from the add page. So finally, we can close that page, we can close the header, and we can focus only on implementing our form. Currently, we have one form field right here, but let's delete it because we'll create our own. We can leave the form empty for now. To save us some time and copying from Shatsian's doc, I'm going to provide you with a complete custom field component, which you can get from the README down below. Copy it, and then paste it over to components, shared, and create a new file called custom field.tsx and paste it right here. It's just a 43-line long file where we're using Shatsian form field, but then we're also allowing for some modifications by passing some special props into it, such as allowing us to dynamically change its name, class names, labels, and more. You can notice that it's complaining that it cannot get the form schema from the transformation form. So what we have to do is go back to the form, and from here, we can also just say export const form schema. So now we can use it both within the transformation form as well as within the custom input. Great. Now, within the transformation form, we can use that custom input we created. So let's use it for the first time ever by creating a custom field or rendering it as a self-closing component that has to have a control equal to form.control, so we can actually control that field. It can have a name equal to title, a form label equal to image title, a class name equal to w-full, as well as a render property, so we can say what it will render. And here we can destructure the field from the values we're getting, and we can automatically return an input property, self-closing component, to which we can spread all of the props coming from the field, and we can also pass it a class name of input-field. So now if we save it, you can see a wonderful looking theme matching image input field. Next, we want to create a similar custom field for choosing the aspect ratio. And that won't be an input. Rather, it will be a select. This is how it looks like. You click it, and then you get a couple of options to choose from. So we first need to add select to our code. by pasting this command, npx chatcn UI latest add select, and then we can figure out its usage. We can, from the docs page, we can copy all of the imports right here to the top, and we can copy the actual use. So let's go down, and let's paste it right below our custom field, if and only if the type is triple equal to fill. Then we want to display this custom input or custom field like this, that will have a render property where we get the field. It will return what we copied from chatcn, which is this entire select field. So now if we save it, it will look something like this. And it looks like it cannot find this type. The type in this case should come from props as we're passing it into this component. So in the props, we can also declare the user ID, which we're passing, the type, and the credit balance. We can also get access to the current transformation type we're doing by saying const transformation type is equal to transformation types coming from constants, where we tap into that specific type. That looks something like this. It can be restore, remove, but in this case, we're looking for fill. Also, we need two new states. Soon enough, we'll implement the image upload. So we can say use state snippet called image, set image, and at the start, it will be set to data. This will contain all of the information about our image. Of course, it starts with a lowercase letter. And don't forget to import useState from React. Alongside image, we also want to keep track of the new transformation. So what are we doing with that image? And we can create a new useState snippet called new transformation. And at the start, it's going to be equal to null. And just to satisfy our TypeScript, we can also specify that it will be of a type transformations, like this, or null. But instead of using the double real logical OR, we are going to use the single OR, which is for TypeScript. There we go. So now that that is out of the way, let's also just create a simple function to handle our select called const on select field handler. Pretty descriptive, right? It's going to take in the value of a type string, as well as the on change field, which will be of a type a function that accepts a value of string and then returns void, meaning nothing. And then we can open up the function block here and fill it in later. For now, we just need it so we can use it within the select field below. So now with this custom field, we cannot yet see it because we're not on the fill page. But now if we navigate over to generative fill, then we should be able to see the aspect ratio as well, which we cannot because we're not passing all of the necessary fields to the custom field. So let's pass it a control equal to form.control. Let's pass it a name equal to aspect ratio. Let's give it a form label equal to aspect ratio. And let's give it a class name equal to w-full. If we save it, we can see a nice looking picker that's not choosing the aspect ratio, rather the light and dark theme. That's because we are yet to modify this default select coming from chatcn's docs. And we can do that by passing our select handler to the select. So on value change will be equal to, we get in the value, and then we call the on select field handler, to which we pass the value and the field on change. Then we have the select trigger, which in this case will have a class name equal to select-field, and it will render the select value with a placeholder of select size. Now within the select content, we want to remove all of the selected items and render a dynamic block of code getting the object.keys of the aspect ratio options being dynamically imported from constants. Let's check it out what this aspect ratio options is. As you can see, it is an object that has different properties 1 by 1, which is a square, typical 9 by 16, and 3 by 4. And each one has widths, heights, labels, and more. So we first want to extract the keys, which are the names of these options, and then say .map, where we get each individual key, like this, and then for each key, we automatically return a select item. That select item has a key equal to key, a value equal to key, and a class name equal to select-item. Finally, within it, we can show dynamic block, aspect ratio options, and then we get into a specific option key as aspect ratio key, like this. And of course, let's spell it properly, aspect ratio key. And then we say dot label to only pick the label. In this case, it looks like TypeScript is complaining a bit because it cannot find name aspect ratio key. And that's because if you copy that name and paste it in the search, you'll see that we are referring to that aspect ratio key right here within utils, but we're never exporting it. So right here, we can say export aspect ratio key, and then here we can import it from libutils, and now we're good. So let's see what we just created. We have the image title, and then we have the aspect ratio, which is a nice select field where we can see all of these different types of ratios we can select, such as square, portrait, and phone portrait. The reason why we have the title as well is we have it here under label, and we're rendering this label. This is not the first time that we have some pieces of data or the text within constants, and then we simply use it within our code. It is so much easier like this. Imagine if here we had to type standard portrait, phone portrait, and then render different select items. No, we simply map over them coming from constants. Now let's move on to some other custom fields. We have this one that only shows if we are on type fill. We have the title, which always shows, but now we're going to have two more, which only show on some of these pages right here. So let's start creating them by saying if, in parentheses, type is triple equal to remove, or type triple equal to recolor. Only then render a div that will have a class name equal to prompt-field. So only if we're doing a special action of removing objects from images, then we want to know what we want to remove, and recolor to tell it to which color we want to change it to. So in those cases, we want to render a prompt field. That's going to be a custom field, self-closing component, with a control equal to form.control, a name equal to prompt, a form label equal to, if type is triple equal to remove, then it will say object to remove, else it will say object to recolor. That is our form label. And right here, TypeScript gave us an interesting warning, saying this comparison seems to be unintentional because the types recolor and remove have no overlap. But who said that the type will only be recolor? Let's see what type is it referring to. It's referring to this type right here, coming from our transformation form. And let's see what that type can be. Well, it can be any of the transformation type keys. It can be restore, fill, remove, recolor. So why does our TypeScript think that it is only gonna be recolor? That's interesting. We can leave it for now and then see why is it saying that later on. For now, let's move on to the class name, which will be w-full. And let's render the actual field. As before, we destructure the field data, and then we immediately return, in this case, an input. But of course, it's a shat.cn input like this. So if we save it, we cannot see anything here. But if we move over to object remove, we cannot see it there either, but on recolor, we see it right here, object to recolor. That's good. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think TypeScript just saved our ass. That's because if I go to object remove, you can indeed see that there's no field. And TypeScript is saying, hey, but this will never be remove. It's always going to be recolor. Why? Because I said, if type is recolor, then show this. What I meant to say is, if type is remove or type is recolor. So I need to merge these two ifs together. So now it shows both an object to remove and object to recolor. Great. Now to this input, we can give a value of field.value. We can give it a class name equal to input-field. We can also give it an onChange property equal to where we get the event, and then we call onInput change handler, to which we want to pass first of all the string of the field we're changing, such as prompt. Then we want to pass it the eTarget value, so it knows the data that we're trying to type. The type, are we trying to remove an element from an image or are we changing the color? And then the field.onChange itself. So we can create this onChange input handler right here at the top. Const onInput change handler is equal to where we get the field name of a type string, we get the value of a type string, a type of a type string, and an onChange field of a type function that takes in the value of a type string and returns void. And finally, we open up that function block. So now we have the onInput change handler, and we have our object to remove, which is just a regular input. And it seems like if I reload the page, it doesn't allow me to type into it, but in the image title I can. That's because we'll manually modify the way to update this input within this function. Before we do that, let's add another input field. This one specifically will only show if we're trying to recolor something. So let's go all the way down below this second closing statement, and let's say if type is triple equal to recolor, then render a custom field that has a control equal to form.control, and let's switch it over to recolor so we can actually see it. There we go. We cannot see it yet because we have to pass the name equal to color, the form label equal to replacement color, the class name equal to w-full, and then finally what we want to render, which we will get access to the field, and we will return the self-closing input tag just like so. So now if we save it, we have the replacement color right here. This input will have almost exactly the same fields as the above one does, so we can copy them, paste them here, and just change the prompt right here to color. And instead of type, we can say recolor right here as well. Finally, let's not forget a submit button right here above our closing form. So we can say button, and it's going to say submit, and it will have a type equal to submit. There we go. That's more like it. But let's make that button suit our design a bit better by expanding it right here so we can pass it a couple more props. Let's also give it a class name equal to submit-button and capitalize. There we go. That's much more like it. And let's make it disabled in case we're currently submitting. And to be able to know if we're currently submitting, we have to add a new useState field at the top. So let's add a new useState snippet. Is submitting. Set is submitting at the start set to false. Let's also add a couple of other useStates which we will definitely need, such as useState of is transforming. So are we currently doing something with the image? At the start set to false as well. And let's also create a new useState of transformation config. Set transformation config at the start equal to config. And that config will be coming through props, and by default, it can be set to null. Now that we have those fields, we can set the disabled state if we currently are submitting, so our users don't press it multiple times. There we go. That's great. And let's also add a button to apply a transformation. So this is a button to submit the transformation, but above it, we need to have one to apply the desired transformation. So we can create a div to wrap those two buttons in with a class name of flex, flex-call, and a gap of 4. Within here, we can put this button right above to place it within this div, and we can also duplicate it. So the first one will not be a type submit, rather just a type button, with a class name of submit button and capitalize, disabled if we are is transforming, or if new transformation is triple equal to null, and on click, we of course want to call the onTransform handler, which will be the actual function that handles the logic of doing something to the image. So we can say const onTransform handler, make it look just like this for now. And that button can say something like, if is transforming, then it can say transforming ... else it can say apply transformation. And the second button is not going to say submit. If we are submitting, so if is submitting, it will say submitting, else it will say save image. Great. So now let's save it to see how does it look like. And would you look at that? We now have a real form where we can apply different transformations, enter the images, recolor them, do replacement color, and that's only for the recolor. But if you go to image restore, it's going to look completely different as we don't need all of these additional fields. For background remove, we will have the image title. And for object remove, we also have the object to remove. So it's fully dynamic and you have the action fields. Now let's also apply a bit of a margin here to divide the form from the header. We can do that within the add page. So that will be page.tsx of add right here where we have the header. So we can wrap the transformation form within a new section like this. Put this a bit up, indent it, and give it a class name equal to margin top of 10. There we go. That's more like it. And finally, the last thing that is remaining is we have to handle these 3 or 4 functions we have. What happens on select, what happens on input change, what happens on transform handler, and finally, what happens on submit. So let's go ahead and handle these 3 first, so we know what happens on input clicks, and then we will handle on submit last, because it allows us to take all of those changes from those inputs and turn it into something great. Starting with the onSelect field handler, we can first move into where we have access to it. I believe it's within, let me think about it, maybe fill. Yes, because we have to figure out which aspect ratio of the image we want. So let's implement the functionality for the onSelect field changer. First, we need to get the image size by saying const image size is equal to aspect ratio options, and then we get the specific value that we have selected, which is going to look something like this. And we can use TypeScript as aspect ratio key. There we go. So there we get the size. Then we want to set the image by calling setImage, where we get previous state, so prev state, and we want to immediately return something. For immediate return, you need to wrap it in parentheses and then put an object within it, where we spread the previous state non-intentionally. We specify the aspect ratio, which will be equal to image size dot aspect ratio. We specify the width, which will be equal to image size dot width, and height, which is image size dot height. And for now, we can set the prev state as any. Finally, once we have the image, we can set new transformation to be equal to transformation type dot config, because now we know the configuration of the transformation we're doing. And then finally, we can return the onChange field with the modified value. So this is how we're handling those inputs within our form. So now we can actually select it and it will be selected. And later on, we'll be able to apply a transformation. Now let's focus on the input handler. So we can select a new input, which is within object remove. There we go. And let's modify it by first using a function known as debounce. So right here, we can say debounce, which can be imported from libutils. And to it, we'll pass an empty callback function, and as the second parameter, a debounce value of 1000 milliseconds or 1 second. If you don't know what a debounced input is, it looks something like this, where it waits a specific amount of time and then submits your entry. Whereas with the regular input, every single keystroke will be registered. And imagine if you sent all of those requests to your backend or to the Cloudinary API to actually make modifications. It would put stress on your server and it would just cause too many unnecessary requests because you weren't even finished with the typing. So that's why we want to implement a 1 second debounce. So right within it, we're going to also call the setNewTransformation, to which we're going to get the previous state of a type any, and then we will immediately return an object where we spread the previous state and modify the type of the transformation to ... prev state (?) and then type like this. So what we're doing is spreading out the entire state and then tapping into a specific property, a specific type of change, like recolor, or in this case, remove, spreading all of the properties that it has, and then if field name is triple equal to prompt, then we return prompt, else we return 2, like this, and we can modify that to value. Because if it's a prompt, that's the prompt that you specify, and I believe the other alternative is the recoloring option. Finally, we want to return onChange field with the value. 2 down, 1 more to go. This is the transform image handler. This one will be asynchronous, and it will modify a new React field. This time, we won't use a state field as we usually do. This time, we'll use a use transition hook coming from React by saying use transition coming from React, and it looks a lot like a typical state where we say const is pending and then start transition like this. But it's not. Rather, what the use transition React hook does is it lets you update the state without blocking the UI. So moving down, we can start with set is transforming to true. Then we can set transformation config to, now bear with me, we want to call a function called deep merge objects coming from libutils, and we want to merge the new transformation with the transformation config. And this deep merge objects function is a function generated by ChatGPT, where it essentially merges all of the keys of both of these objects to ensure that all of them end up in a newly created object, which we then set to transformation config. Finally, we can set new transformation to null, as we're not doing it anymore, and we can start a transition. So start transition, which takes in an asynchronous callback function that looks like this, and in there, we await the update of the credits. So later on, we'll be able to update the credits as soon as we start a transformation. Of course, we want to charge credits to a specific user ID, and we want to take a specific credit fee. But for now, we don't have access to these properties, so we can simply comment it out, and we'll uncomment it later on. So I will add a to-do right here, so we know that we need to return back to it. So I'm going to say return to update credits. But with that, we can collapse this on transform handler. And with that, our entire form is now fully functional. We have different fields that show on different occasions, or rather, should I say, on different pages. And we are properly handling all the inputs, selects, but what we're not handling right now is the onSubmit. And this is where the magic happens. So now that we're collecting different things we need to transform the image, such as the title, objects to remove, all the other informations, fields, aspect ratios, and so on, we need Cloudinary's real superpowers for doing all of these transformations, such as restoring our images, doing generative fill, removing objects, recoloring them, removing backgrounds, and more. Because even though our code is great, we need to leverage Cloudinary's AI feature to make our app come to life. So let's summarize what we have done up to this point. You learned how Zod works, how you can specify different validations on your form. You learned a bit about how React Hook Form works by passing specific controls and rendering different fields on our custom field. And at the end of the day, you learn how to create a completely functional form using ShadCN, Zod, and React Hook Form. So now that the structure is set up, we can start learning about Cloudinary, handle the image upload, which will be the single most important part of our form, because right now, what can we do? Just select the image title, change the aspect ratio. We need to upload our images and then make transformations to them. So let's do that next. Learn about Cloudinary, learn how we can upload images with it, and how to do transformations. To get started with using Cloudinary, click the special link in the description that will allow you to replicate everything you're seeing in the video. Once you're there, click Get Started and sign up for an account. And immediately after the sign up, we are on our Getting Started guide. If this is not the screen you're seeing, but something else, try signing up with a different account. I noticed that with my previous account, I was able to see something completely different after signing up, so try a different one and you should be able to see this. So let's get started with setting up our environment. Here, they say to install just Cloudinary, but we'll install the Next.js version of Cloudinary. So we can open up our terminal and run npm install next-cloudinary and press enter. The second step is to get all of our keys. And we can get our keys by clicking View Credentials, and we can copy one by one. So let's start with the API key, and we're going to put it within our env local. So we can create a new section called Cloudinary, and we can put a Cloudinary underscore API underscore key is equal to this key right here. Next, we have the API secret. So we can say Cloudinary underscore API underscore secret. And finally, we also need the cloud name. So right at the top, this can be public. So we can say next underscore public underscore Cloudinary underscore cloud underscore name. And we can paste it right here and close it. Now we almost have everything we need. So the first thing we can do is head over to settings right here on bottom right. Let me zoom it in so you can better see it. And once you're here, you want to navigate over to upload. Then scroll a bit down and click enable unsigned uploading. If this didn't work for you, that could mean that you previously used this account and hit its limits. So if that is the case, simply go ahead and sign out and then sign up with a new account. Now that we have this, go to add upload preset. And in this case, start with JSM underscore and then the name of your app. I'm gonna do Imaginify and change the signing mode to unsigned and add a folder of the same name as your app, in this case, Imaginify. Then head over to Media Analysis and AI, turn on Google Auto Tagging and set it to somewhere around 0.5 and press save. You'll see a new upload preset appear right here. Then you want to go to Explore and click on Add-ons, and you want to turn on two features. First is the Cloudinary AI background removal. You can click free and you'll be subscribed to a free plan. There we go. It should be blue once it's done. And we can also select a second one, which is Google Auto Tagging. And you can also go for the free plan and click Agree. There we go. So now if you reload and go to add-ons, you'll see that you have 2 of these pro features enabled with a completely free plan. We'll use the Cloudinary AI background removal for removing the background from the image, of course, and then we'll use Google Auto Tagging for the descriptive search feature. That's quite exciting. So with that in mind, you've just learned how to set Cloudinary up. And now we'll use 2 of their very important components. The Cloudinary upload widget, which will allow you to upload images, as the name says, and then the Cloudinary image, which will allow you to optimize the way that that image is viewed. So to get started with that, let's create a new file under our components, shared, and let's call it media uploader.tsx. Within here, we'll use a shadcn toast. A toast is a succinct message displayed temporarily. You click it and you get a notification. So let's quickly add it to our code by running npx shadcn UI latest add toast. And then to use it, you can run rafce in the media uploader, import the use toast coming from components UI use toast, and we'll get a function that allows us to call that toast on a button click. We'll use this directly within the Cloudinary's upload widget. So let's talk a bit about that widget. And let's talk about using Cloudinary with Next.js. At the start of this segment, we installed a package called Next.Cloudinary. It is a community-built solution for using Cloudinary in a Next.js project. It includes tools like CLD image, components, social cards, and most importantly, an upload widget. So we have to install it. We have to add our keys, which we have done, and then we can immediately use it within our project. Let's try to find the uploader because that's what we want to do right now. And if we do a Command F for CLD upload, we can click right here to navigate to it. And here we have information directly from Next Cloudinary that tells us how to get started with the CLD upload widget. So let's see its usage. Use the following to generate an unsigned upload widget. We can expand it. And you know what? There's not a lot of code, so let's go ahead and write it by hand. Going back to our app, we can use this media uploader within the transformation form. So that's going to be right here. Specifically, we want to put it above our submit button. So here we have our buttons within this div, and right above it, we want to put a div that will have a class name equal to media-uploader-field. Within here, we can render, believe it or not, yet another custom field. Yes, we will mask Cloudinary's media uploader widget within a custom field so that we immediately get its data within our form. So let's give it a control equal to form.control. Let's also give it a name equal to public ID of the image we'll upload. Let's give it a class name equal to flex, size-full, and flex-call. So elements appear one below another. And finally, and most importantly, let's run the render where we get that field and we immediately return something. And that something is the media uploader component, which we just created, which we have to import from /. To that media uploader, we can pass a couple of props. We can pass the onValue change equal to field.onChange. We can pass the setImage, like this, is equal to setImage coming from the state. We can pass the public ID equal to field.value. We can pass the image equal to image, and we can pass the type equal to type. Now, if we save it, this should appear on all transformation pages. And there we go. You can see the media uploader here, which means that now we can navigate over to the media uploader and start working on it. So let's immediately turn this div into a CLD upload widget. It won't be a self-closing component, and it will only have one G. This will be coming from Next Cloudinary. So we can say import CLD upload widget coming from Next-Cloudinary. Then we need to pass a couple of props to it. We'll pass the upload preset, which we created. And here, the name has to be exactly the same as what you used within your Cloudinary dashboard. So I'm going to say JSM_Imaginify. If you don't remember it, go to Settings, Upload Presets, and see how you named yours. Then we can provide some extra options, such as multiple is false, so we only allow for one image upload, and then resource type, in this case, will be just a string of image. Now, we of course have to handle success and failure. So let's say on success, we're going to call the onUploadSuccess handler, which is a function which we can declare right here above, const onUploadSuccess handler. It will accept the result equal to any, and we can just open up a block of code. Similarly, we can create the onError. That's going to be onError, and it will be onUploadError handler, and we can just duplicate this function. We don't have to pass anything in it in this case, and just say onUploadError handler. Later on success, we'll do some additional things to it, of course, but for now, we can handle the error by showing up a toast element. So something like toast, where a title of the toast is something went wrong while uploading, like that. We can also give it a description of something like please try again. Duration of about 5,000 milliseconds, and a class name equal to error-toast. Great. We can also duplicate this toast and put it over within the success handler, where it will say something like image uploaded successfully. In the description, we're going to say 1 credit was deducted from your account, duration 5,000, and success toast. Great. So now that we have the error and success, we can move over to what will we show within this upload widget. And what we can do with the upload widget is open a dynamic block of code and immediately have a function inside of which we can destructure the open state. And then we can automatically return something. So within here, we can return a div. That div will have a class name equal to flex-call, and a gap of 4. Immediately within, we can create an h3 that will have a class name equal to h3-bold, text-dark-600. And we can give it a title of original. So this is the original image that we're uploading. And we can display that image if we have a public ID. And this public ID will be coming from props as we're passing it into this component. So right here, we can accept all of the props that we need, such as onValueChange, setImage, image, public ID, and the type. And we can say that all of that is of a type media uploader props. And we can define that type right above by saying type media uploader props is equal to an object where we can set the onValueChange to be equal to a function that accepts a value of a type string and returns void, meaning nothing. We then have setImage, which is a React.dispatch. That's how you specify a type for React set states, and the D is capitalized. Then we have a public ID, which is of a type string. We have the image of a type any, and we have a type of a type string. Now, right here within the image, we can check if we have access to a public ID, and if we do, we can render an empty React fragment, and if we don't, we can render a div. At the start, we won't have anything, right? So here we can say, here is the image, because we have a public ID, and here we can say, here is no image. And you can see that we get, here is no image. So let's get started with the case where we don't have a public ID yet, because this is where we'll actually upload the image. So we can give a class name to this div equal to media-uploader_CTA as a call to action to upload the image. And on click, we can call the open function coming from Cloudinary. But in this case, it will have to be a callback function that then calls the open, looking like this. Right within that div, we'll create another div, which will look like this. And it will have a class name equal to media-uploader_CTA-image. And within here, we can show kind of a placeholder for the image by rendering a Next.js image tag, importing it from next image, that will have a source equal to /assets, /icons, /add.svg. We can give it an alt tag of add image, a width of about 24, and a height of about 24 as well. And right below the image, we can do a p tag that has a class name equal to p-14-medium that will say click here to upload image and save. And there we go. Now we have a little plus sign where we can upload the image. And this doesn't look the best, so we might want to put this p tag below this div containing the image. And now it's much better. So now you can clearly see that we can upload an image. And if you expand this, let me show you what you get with Cloudinary's upload image widget out of the box. You click here and immediately you get this widget where you can upload your own files, search from different web addresses, turn on the camera, Google Drive, Dropbox, Shutterstock, Getty Images, and so much more. Let me try Unsplash to get some free images. And let's take this one right here, a mountain covered in snow, and click Next. We can select the format and the size. You can see that you immediately get different options. I'm going to choose medium, and I'm going to click Upload. And as soon as you click Upload, it will upload it and bring you back to your homepage. Now, we didn't yet get either an error or a success message, so let's keep working on our code. Back here, we have to implement the part that happens after we upload the image. So in this case, let's wrap everything in a div that will have a class name equal to cursor-pointer, overflow-hidden, rounded-10 pixels. Of course, in square brackets, because we want to make sure that Tailwind reads it as a pixel value. Now, right within there, we'll use a special CLD image coming from Next Cloudinary. This image allows you to pass a width, which can be equal to. Now, we can dynamically calculate a width by using the getImageSize coming from libutils and passing it a type, the image, and finally the width property. The way this works is this is a special utility function that takes our aspect ratio and then returns the dimensions based off of that aspect ratio. We can do the same thing for the height by saying height is getImageSize. That's going to look something like this. We can also pass it a source equal to public ID, the alt tag equal to image. We can pass it sizes equal to, in parentheses, max width of 767 px, and then close parentheses, 100 VW for width, and then comma 50 VW. We can also give it a placeholder equal to data URL as placeholder value, like this. And let's spell it properly, placeholder. And this data URL will also be coming from utils. That basically gets the URL of our shimmering effect, which means that it will slowly load up until the real image gets there. And we can give it a class name equal to media-uploader_CLD image, like this. Now, it doesn't seem that our image was recognized though. So let's finalize our onSuccess upload right here. What will happen once we successfully upload the image? Well, we can set the image to the state. So we can say set image where we get a previous state that's of a type any, and then we immediately return, like this, a new object where we spread the previous state. We update the public ID with result !info !public _ ID. We can update the width to be result info width, the height result info height, and then a secure URL by saying result info secure URL. And finally, we want to call a very important function called onValueChange, which will take into account that the form changed, and then it will update the public ID within our form. That will let our application know that the public ID indeed has changed, and then we can display this newly uploaded image. Let's save it and give it a shot. I'll try to re-upload the image by selecting the size medium and clicking upload. And it doesn't look like it got it. One thing that we might have missed is adding a use client directive at the top of this file. Now, even though we're not manually using any of the hooks ourselves, we are using useToast, which is a hook, and we're also using the media uploader, which of course has to do something with the browser and the user actually uploading the image. So this definitely needs to be a use client component. It is possible that Next.js missed reminding us about the fact that we need it, but thankfully I remembered. And let's see what happens if we reload and try to re-upload that image. I'm gonna do the same one, mountain covered in snow with a pink sky, and click upload. There we go, that's a nice shimmer, and immediately we can see the image right here. So this is the media uploader component that we were working on. And if we try to collapse it a bit, you can see that it still looks great even on mobile devices. And one thing that I noticed that we're missing is I didn't see the toast, letting us know that the image has been uploaded successfully. And that's because for the toast to work, yes, we definitely need to call it like this, but we also need to put it right here within our layout.tsx. We need to put this toaster component right below the main. So going over to our root layout, we can put the toaster right here at the bottom. So toaster, importing from components UI toaster. Now, if we save it, go back and try to re-upload, you can see that this Cloudinary interface looks good on mobile devices as well. Let's go with this one this time. Next, medium, and upload. That's looking good. Original, and there we go. One image uploaded successfully, one credit deducted. This is looking great. So let's do a quick recap on the media uploader component. In here, we're using two of the Next Cloudinary's very important components, CLD upload image, which is the entire featureful widget allowing you to upload images from different sources, and then the CLD image that allows you to render the most optimized version of the image depending on exact widths and heights you want to provide to it. And you can also do this nice placeholder. You saw how we're doing a shimmer effect while the image is loading. So when you pair those two, you get the uploader for the first time when you don't yet upload the image, and then you get the image showcase once the image is there. Now, what's happening is that on success, we are modifying all of this state data, which we'll be able to utilize later on within our form. But for now, it looks like the right side of the screen is a bit empty here, right? We have the original, but the whole point of our app is that we can do crazy things with the images we upload, such as removing different objects, maybe like this cabin right here to make it full of nature, or doing recoloring, restoring the image, filling out the image to get more of its surroundings. So let's do that right away. Let's add the transformed image component on the right side so that we can finally apply different transformations to the original image. To do that, we can create a new component within our components shared called transformed image.tsx. We can run refce within there, And we can immediately use that image within our form. So we can go to the transformation form, and right below where we call this custom field, still within the same div, we can render the transformed image. We'll pass a couple of props to it, such as the image itself. We can then pass the type to it as well. Let's pass a title of the image. In this case, we can get it from form.getValues, and then we can call the .title on it. We can pass the state if it's currently being transformed. So we can say if is transforming. We can set is transforming as well, so we know when to modify that state. And we can pass the transformation config, so we know exactly what we have done to it. Make sure to spell it properly, transformation config. Now we can move over to that transformed image and accept all of these nice props that we just passed into it. So that will be image, type, title, transformation config, is transforming, and set is transforming, like this. Later on, we'll also have a special property of has download, which we can default to false. And all of that can be of a type, transformed, image, props, which we have already defined within the index.js. And we can start creating the layout of our transformed image. I'm going to pull the code just a bit here, and I do believe that we should be able to see the outcome of this transformed image. So let's start with wrapping everything in a div that has a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and gap of 4. Within it, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to flex between. And right within that div, we can create an h3 that will have a class name equal to h3-bold and text-dark-600. There we can say transformed. I hope this is starting to make more sense now. We have the original and we have the transformation. Sometimes we might also have a download button. So we can say if has download and end. In that case, we want to render a button like this that will have a class name equal to download-btn. And on click, it will call a callback function with an event called download handler, to which we can pass that event. I think we can also shorten that and call it like this: button, class name, on click, and then download handler like so, which of course we have to define right here at the top, const download handler. For now, we can leave it empty. Within that button, we can render an image that will come from next image. It will have a source equal to /assets/icons /download.svg. It will have an alt tag of download, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name equal to padding bottom of 6 pixels within square brackets. We cannot see it now because it's set to false, but if you were to enable it by setting it to true, you can see a little download button appear. For now, I'm going to bring it back to false. Now, finally, let's show the transformed image. So we can do that right here below this div containing the button. And we can check if the image exists by saying image !public ID, and transformation config exists as well. If that is the case, then return a div and properly close it that has a class name equal to relative. And if we don't yet have the image, then we can simply render a div, which we can also close. It will have a class name equal to transformed -placeholder, and it can simply say transformed image. If we save it, there we go. We simply have a div that says transformed image. But now what happens once we actually upload our image? If we go back to our Unsplash and select an image, you'll notice that it will get uploaded, but nothing will yet happen to the right side. Although our CSS works well that it changes the size immediately, the transformed image is not doing anything yet. And that's because we haven't yet clicked Apply Transformation. For that, we'll need to do some extra logic calling Cloudinary's APIs to do actual changes on the image. And that can be, as I said, restoring the image, removing some objects, filling out the image so we get more of the environment, and so on. We'll do that soon enough. But just to ensure that we immediately see something once the transformation is done, let's implement the Cloudinary image to show that transformation. To get started, we can use the same one from the media uploader, which is this CLD image right here. So let's go ahead and copy it and then paste it directly within this div. Of course, we have to import it from Next Cloudinary, and it would be nice if we just indent it properly as well. So I'm gonna make a selection and indent it right here. There we go. Let's fix this thing that I messed up, data URL as placeholder. Let's immediately import everything we need, such as the getImageSize from libutils, data URL from utils, and placeholder URL from utils as well. Now, instead of passing the public ID as the source, we'll pass something else. We'll pass image $.public ID, because now that public ID is already stored within the image state. The alt tag will be image.title. The sizes can remain as they are. Same thing for the placeholder. For the class name, we can give it a transformed -image class. And now this is important. We can give it the onLoad property, where we can call a specific callback function, as well as onError handler. So what will happen if we experience an error while trying to load it? On load, we want to turn on the setIsTransforming state. So here we can check if we have access to the setIsTransforming function. And if that is the case, then we can call setIsTransforming to false because the image has been loaded. On error, we can call a debounce function from libutils. We can call it as a callback function. Set it to something like 8 seconds, which is 8,000 milliseconds. And then we can call the same thing right here. SetIsTransforming to false. Because if nothing happens after 8 seconds, then we can surely say that it has failed. And maybe the most important thing of this entire CLD image, which we can do at the end right here, is to spread the entire transformation config, because this config will contain all of the image transformations that we want to apply to that image. And finally, right below that image, while we are transforming, we want to show some loaders. So here we can render a div. We can close that div as well. And that div will have a class name equal to transforming-loader. And within it, we can render a Next.js image, which of course has to be imported first from Next image. And then we can give it a source equal to /assets, /icons, /spinner.svg. We can give it a width of about 50, a height of about 50, and an alt tag of transforming. Now, if we click save, absolutely nothing will happen. That's because we are still under this placeholder of transformed image as we haven't yet applied the transformation. So with that in mind, what do you say that now we go back to our transformation form and fix this issue first? It should be a lowercase s. See how easy it is to notice these typos once you have TypeScript enabled. And scroll all the way to the top where we want to actually deduct the credits from the user. And we want to do something on submit, which is to apply the transformation. So let's get started with updating these credits first. We can do that by navigating over to user.actions.ts, where right now we have create, get, update, and delete. And the last user action will be to use credits, and it will follow the same form, such as export async function, update credits, that accepts a user ID of a type string, as well as a credit fee, which is equal to a number. And we open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we call the handle error function and pass the error to it, while in the try, we immediately try to await connect to database. Once we connect, we want to update the user credits by saying const updated user credits is equal to await user.find1 and update. We want to find the user by the underscore ID property, which is equal to user ID. Then we want to increment by using the inc command, the credits, and we want to apply it a credit fee, which will most likely be something like -1. And finally, we want to give it options of new to true so we can recreate that user. If there's an error, like if there is no updated user credits, we say error credits update failed, and then we simply return JSON parse, JSON stringify, updated user credits. So we know exactly what has happened. And that is our server action for updating the credits. So we can now go back and we can uncomment this line right here and import it from update credits, coming from user actions. And for now, we can hard code this credit fee to -1. I'm going to leave a to-do right here to potentially update credit fee to something else if needed, or to make it a bit more dynamic. But for now, it can be -1. Great. So now, before we can actually submit the form and do the transformation, we have to implement the server actions that will call Cloudinary's APIs. So to do that, let's close our form, go right here to our lib actions and create a new file called image.actions.ts. And of course, immediately add the use server directive at the top, as this will be a file containing many different server actions to add images, update them, delete them, and get image information by ID. Let's start with the first server action of the day. It's going to be the one to add the image to our database. So we can say export async function add image. And it can accept a couple of params such as image, user ID of the user who's uploading the image, as well as the path to which we need to navigate after the image is added. And these will be of a type add image params. Immediately within it, we can open up a new try and catch block. You know the drill. Within the catch block, we can create a new handle error where we console log the error. And then within the try, we can simply await connect to database like this. At the end of every single server action, we also want to do a revalidate path, which is coming from Next cache, which will allow us to actually show the new image that was created and not just keep what was cached. Rather, we want to revalidate the path to show this new added image. And at the end, we can simply return JSON parse, JSON stringify, and then we pass in the actual image. Now, this is just a typical boilerplate structure for almost every single server action. So what do you say that we duplicate this 3 times below? 1, 2, 3. Now, the first one is to add the image. The second one will be to update the image. So instead of calling it add image, we can call it update image. And it's going to be accepting the same 3 props. And we can also change it to update image params. Immediately after, we have the one to delete. So right here, we can say delete image. And we can rename the function to delete image. This one simply needs the image ID to delete it. So we can remove this entire object and just say image ID of a type string. There we go. And finally, the last one is to get it by ID. So we can say get image. And this one will be get image by ID. Of course, we need the image ID. And that's the only thing we need. So we can say image ID of a type string. So now let's start from top to bottom and let's implement these different server actions. In the first one, we need to connect a specific image to an author who created it. So right here, we can say const author is equal to await user, which is imported from database models, user model, dot find by ID, and then we pass in the user ID. Of course, ID is capitalized. Then we want to check if maybe we didn't get the author. And if we did get it, we can form a new image by saying const new image is equal to await image dot create, inside of which we spread all of the image data and also pass in the author, specifically the underscore ID of the author that created it. This image should be coming from the models, and it looks like we imported it from the wrong place. So rather, let's say image, and let's import it from database models image model. There we go. And finally, at the end, we want to return a newly created image that we added to the database. This was add image. Now for the update, it will be very similar. After we connect to the database, we want to find the image to update by first running the dot find. So we can say const image to update is equal to await image dot find by ID, and into it we pass the image dot underscore ID. After we find it, we need to check if it actually exists and whether our user has the permission to update it. So we can say or image to update dot author dot to hex string. So we're getting its ID is not triple equal to user ID. In that case, we can say unauthorized or image not found. Finally, we want to update it by saying const updated image is equal to await image dot find by ID and update, not delete. We want to do the delete in the next one. And we want to pass it 3 different params. First, the image to update dot underscore ID, so we know which one we're updating. That's not within an object. Then the image object itself, meaning the data that we want to update, and then new to true to create a new instance of that document. Once we have this image to update, we simply want to pass it over right here and return it. And with that, the update image is done as well. Delete will be fairly simple. We need to connect to the database, and we need to run await image dot find by ID and delete, and we pass the image ID. In this case, we don't need to revalidate anything because the image is gone, and we also don't need to return anything because there's nothing to return. So this is pretty simple. To this one though, we want to add a finally clause. So what's going to happen once the image has been deleted? We simply want to use the redirect property coming from Next navigation and just redirect to /, meaning the home page. That is it for our delete. And now for our get, we want to connect to the database and then get that image we're looking for by saying const image is equal to await. And now bear with me. We don't want to simply get the data of the image. We want to get the data about the author that created that image as well. And to do that, we can call a function called populate user, like this. And to it, we need to pass the image dot find by ID and then the image ID. So we know who is the user that created this image. So let's create this function called populate user right here at the top. Const populate user accepts a query of a type any and immediately returns query.populate, where we populate with an object of path is author, model is user, and we select which fields we want to populate, such as the underscore ID, the first name, and the last name as well. So now, going back to get image, we are getting which user created it, and then we're populating that image, so now it also contains the data about the user that created it. Finally, if there is no image, we can simply throw a new error, something like image not found. And at the end, we don't need to revalidate. We simply need to return this image. And that is it. These are our 4 server actions that will allow us to add, update, delete, and get images from our database, which means that we can finally go back to our transformation form and focus on implementing the onSubmit handler. This one will be a bit longer, so I'm going to extend our code editor and let's get started. The first thing we can do is see if we're actually getting back any values, and if we are, how do those values look like once we submit the form? So let's try to submit it. A good form to test is the generative fill. So let's try to add the title, something like expand the image, and then the aspect ratio can be like a phone portrait, and we can choose the original. Let's get one from Unsplash, Connect, and let's choose one that is horizontal so we can actually expand it to be vertical, which would be very, very cool for social media use. I'm gonna upload it. There we go, one image successfully uploaded, and let's see if we got a console log. Currently, there's nothing there. I'm guessing that's because I have to click Save Image. So let me click Save, and you can see what we get back. This is that same exact console log on line 67. We get back the aspect ratio, the color, the prompt, the public ID, which is the actual image hosted for us by Cloudinary, and then the title of the image. So that's what we're getting back in the values of our form. And if you think about it, that's everything we need. So immediately, let's set submitting state to be equal to true. And let's check if we have data or if we have a new image right here. In that case, we can proceed with the upload. Now, we want to transform our image. That is the whole idea. So let's say const transformation URL is equal to get CLD image URL coming from Next Cloudinary. You can import that and pass it the options object. Within that object, give it a width equal to image (width). Give it a height equal to image (height). Give it a source equal to image (public ID). And most importantly, spread out all of the transformation configuration. So transformation config. I believe this should be good. And there we go. Then we get back the transformation URL provided to us directly by Cloudinary. Next, we want to form all of the image data by creating a new object and then giving it a title, such as values.title coming directly from the form, a public ID coming from the image, a transformation type, which in this case can be just type because we're storing it. Is it a recolor? Is it a generative fill or something else? Then we pass the width equal to image width, the height equal to image height, the config, which will be equal to transformation config, the secure URL to where that image is stored, which is equal to image.secure URL, like this. Then the transformation URL, the aspect ratio, equal to values.aspect ratio, that's coming from the form, the prompt, in case there is a prompt, equal to values.prompt, and the color, in case we're doing a recolor. This is all that we need for the image data. Finally, we can see if the action is triple equal to add. That means that we want to add the image for the first time. In that case, we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console log the error, but if we are in the try, we can get this newly generated image by saying const new image is equal to await add image, which we can call and then provide an object and give it exactly what it needs. Now, this add image has to be imported from image actions, and this is what we created not that long ago. So we know that it accepts the image, the user ID, and the path. So moving back, first we need to turn this function into async. right here. So async function on submit. And we can pass it the image equal to image data, the user ID, and the path of just /. In this case, it looks like there's a type mismatch. So let's see. In our add image params, the image has the following fields: title, public ID, transformation type, width, height, config, secure URL, transformation URL, aspect ratio, prompt, and color. And let's see what we're passing to it. Title, public ID, transformation type, width, height, config, secure. Oh yeah, I think the URL here was supposed to be all uppercase. Secure URL. Same thing goes for the transformation URL right here, equal to transformation URL. There we go. And now TypeScript is no longer complaining. It knows exactly what it needs to get. Finally, if we successfully create a new image, what do we want to do? Well, we want to run the form.reset to do a bit of a cleanup. We want to set image data, or set image to be just the data. And we want to enable the routing functionalities, which we can do right at the top by saying const router is equal to use router. And this has to be imported from Next navigation. So now at the end, we can say router dot push, and we want to push to a template string of /transformations / and then dynamic code new image dot underscore ID. So we're going to push to that specific URL. Also, what's going to happen if the action is not add, rather if it's update? So to replicate that, we can copy this entire try and catch block and then go below this if and add another if. If action is triple equal to update, in that case, we want to paste that same block, but this time we'll say update image, pass it the user ID, pass it the image, but not equal to image data. Rather, we want to spread what the image data the image currently has, and then also pass the ID of the data._ID, and want to pass it a path which will be equal to / transformations with the S at the end. We want to make it a template string and then do / dynamic block data._ID, because now we already know to which ID we want to go to. And don't forget to import update image from image actions. Once you do that, we're going to call it not new image, rather updated image. And in this case, we don't have to reset the form or set the image data. We simply want to push over to that existing transformation. And at the end of both of these ifs, and just one space before we close this entire function, we want to set is submitting to false, because hopefully we have successfully submitted our form. And with that, our submit is now done. So let's go ahead and collapse it right here. So let's give it a spin. Back in our form, we can try with generative fill first. This is a very exciting one. Let's first select an image by going here and going to Unsplash. Let's do some interesting scenery. So if I go to scenery, for example, let's do these natural rock bridge and click next. I'm going to choose a medium size and click upload. I'll say a natural rock bridge, and I'm going to select a size. Let's say that I want to make it a phone portrait, which this is obviously not. So let's apply a transformation. We have this nice looking shimmer effect while it is loading. And you can see that it actually expanded the image. It gave it more depth, and it looks like we took it from a different vantage point. We have more sky and we have more rocks at the bottom. Pretty extraordinary, right? So what would happen if we click Save Image? I'm going to click it, and something quickly happened, but let's inspect our console to see in more details. It looks like we have an invalid schema configuration. URL is not a valid type at secure URL. So we have to be careful with this URL uppercase or lowercase. We make sure that what we have on the front end matches what our backend and our database are expecting. So let's fix it. We can first look into where we're submitting this function and how we're sending it over to the backend. I can see that here we say secure URL. And once we're saving it into the image, it is secure URL like this. And these are the only two mentions of this property in this file. So we're then passing this image data over to add image and over to update image as well. So let's see what those functions are accepting. The add image, if we look into the add image params, is expecting a secure URL with the URL capitalized. And I believe it's the same thing right here, secure URL for the update params. So if we look into this, means that we're good because we're indeed passing it as the secure URL all capitalized. But the next question is, now that we create this image and we pass all of these properties to image.create, we have to see what the image model itself wants. And in this case, if we check it out, looks like we have it as secure URL where the R and L are not capitalized. Same thing for the interface right here. So let's go ahead and fix it and make it secure URL like this. There we go. Now, if we search across the entire code base for secure URL, you can see that all instances of secure URL are all uppercase besides this one, which is interesting, where we have the onUpload image handler, where we set it to the state. So what we can do is we can also make it uppercase here, secure URL. And don't forget, there is one final instance then, considering that we changed that one as well, and that is the image.secure URL right here. How did I miss that one? It's interesting why it didn't show up here, but here it does show up, image.secure URL. Anyway, I'm going to modify that one to be secure URL as well. So in absolutely all instances where we're mentioning secure URL, we want it to be secure URL like this. Great. Now with that in mind, let's try to recreate a transformation and save our image to the database. Going back to our app, we can select an image. We can choose some of the Unsplash images. In this case, we're doing generative fill. So let's try to use this one. Some new images appear today. And let's select a medium size, upload it. This appears to be some kind of a person in the desert. So that's how we can call it. And the aspect ratio we're going for can be a phone portrait. Let's say we want to use this image for social media. So we can apply a transformation. You can see this nice loading animation. And there we go. You can see how it expanded it. You even see some steps right here. It's looking phenomenal. You can also see her legs now. That is great. So now let's open up our inspect element, go to the console and clear it. And let's try to click save image to see what happens now. I click it and we get another error saying that invalid schema configuration, URL is not a valid type at pad secure URL. Okay, that's my bad. If we go back to image.model.ts, I noticed that I typed URL, but URL is not a valid type. We should have just used a string, both here in the secure URL as well as the transformation URL. My bad, I thought that Mongoose also supports URL types, but looks like I was mistaken, so we can just use a string. If we fix that and click save image one more time, this time it looks like we get navigated to the transformations page, which is a good sign, because that happens on success. And if we revisit our MongoDB Atlas cloud database, you'll see that we have a new image created within our database. It's a transformation type of a type fill with a person in the desert with a specific width, height, and the configuration, which in this case is fill background, secure URL of the image that we modified, and it's also connected to the author that created it. And we can just cross-verify that it's FF4. If I check out users, you can see that my user right here also ends in FF4, which means that they're really nicely connected. With that in mind, before we go ahead and create this transformation page, let's just ensure that the user can indeed do an image transformation. And to do that, we have to make sure that they have enough credits. Don't forget, soon enough, we're going to implement the entire credit system where the user will be able to purchase credits to then use to do transformations. So let's go back over to generative fill and let's implement a modal that will let the user know in case they have insufficient credits. So back in our application, we can head over to components and create a new shared component called insufficient credits modal.tsx. And of course, we could just copy and paste the entire modal coming from ShadCN. In this case, I will provide you with a complete insufficient credits modal down in the description. So you can simply copy and paste it right here. As you can notice, it's a very simple modal where you wrap everything into an alert belonging to ShadCN. Precisely the alert dialog, which is a dialog that interrupts the user with important content and expects a response. So here you can say, are you absolutely sure? And then continue or cancel. We've done a slight modification to it where it will actually say, hey, you run out of the credits. No worries, you can grab some more. And then you have the buttons to go back to the profile and cancel or to proceed. Of course, to be able to use this, we have to install the alert dialog coming from ShadCN. So to do that, we can clear our terminal and run npx shadcn-ui add latest, add alert-dialog. Great. And as soon as it is installed, you can see that it's no longer complaining. Now, another thing we need to do is go back to the user.actions.ts, where we have this update credits function. Remember what we're doing here? We essentially just update the credits by modifying the credit fee depending on which action user decides to take. And then we return the updated user credits. So now we have to go back to the form, which is the transformation form, and we have to add a condition where this new modal will show. So right below the form, which is right here within this regular form element, we can create a new property where we can check for credit balance. So we can say credit balance. And if it is lower than math.apps, this is going to get the absolute value. So if it's like -5, it will bring back 5. Then we pass the credit fee, which will usually be negative. And this credit fee is coming from constants. So basically, currently we're setting it to -1. If that is the case, then we want to render the insufficient credits modal. And of course, we want to render it as a self-closing component. There we go. Now, to quickly check out how many credits we have, we can go back over to users and we can see that our credit balance is 10. I don't believe we have deducted any credits so far, and I can see some other people also creating their accounts on the website, which is pretty cool. But yeah, right now it seems that my amount of credits is still 10. So let's see if it actually gets deducted right now. To test it, we can see what happens on submit, specifically on transform handler. And we even have a to-do for ourselves here. Update credit fee to something else. So right here, we are updating the credits to be credit fee. There we go, which is coming from constants, and it's basically the same -1 number. And immediately, as soon as we start the transformation, 1 credit should be deducted from our list of credits because we are incrementing the -1 number. But in this case, it shouldn't really be credits. It should be credit balance. Yes, that's why it wasn't deducted for the first time. We have to be careful about how we call it. So I'm going to simply say credit balance. There we go. And now we're properly updating the credits. Now, so far, we have only tested generative fill, but there are many other features to test. Generative fill works where you just click the button and it does the job. Then it takes the credits. But for the background remove and image restore features, we need to set the new transformation and enable the apply transformation button right after the image is uploaded. It's going to make more sense soon. To do this, we can use the use effect to watch for changes. So let's go to image restore, go back to our code, specifically the transformation form, and navigate over just at the top of our form where we can add a new use effect. This use effect, of course, has to be imported from React, and it accepts a callback function as well as a dependency array. In this case, in the dependency array, we want to look for when the image changes, when the transformation type.config changes, and when the type itself changes. Then we want to say if the image exists and in parentheses, type is triple equal to restore or type is triple equal to remove background. In that case, we want to immediately apply the set new transformation equal to transformation type dot config, like this. So now to check out how this works, let's try to do either a restore or a remove background transformation together. I'll do a restore first. Let's try to search for an image. I would want to find a very bad quality image. So very pixelated. Let's try to see pixelated image. Yeah, all of these are pretty good, not pixelated in any sense. Let me see. Bad quality image. Maybe this court image right here seems a bit of a lower quality. Let's see. Yeah, we can go for the small version and click upload. You can see that one credit was immediately taken. We can give it a title, such as let's do court image restore, or let's just say court, and click apply transformation. Oh my God, you can immediately see the quality difference right here. The image on the right is much, much sharper. I hope you can see it. If not, I'm gonna zoom it in just a bit more. And it definitely has a lot more detail. So the image restore feature works wonderfully well as well. I can even open both side by side and just look at the difference in quality, let's say here and here. The left image has much more detail and depth and color and contrast as well. And if you're paying attention, as soon as we uploaded the image, we should have spent 1 credit. If we go back to our database and refresh, we can see that now we have 9 credits remaining. That should be enough for us to test the application to the point until we implement Stripe to purchase new credits. Now, let's also test out the background remove, which is a very cool feature. So let's go here and let's try to find something where we might want to remove the background from, such as some kind of a portrait of a person. This one is cool, but there's a lot of color coming in. These are interesting portraits, but let's try to find just a typical LinkedIn type portrait right here. Like this guy right here, that's pretty interesting. And let's click next. Select a format, let's go with large and click upload. There we go, we're loading up the original. We can say portrait and we can run apply transformation. But in this case, it still says transforming right here because the background remove does take some time. And there we go. You can see that now we're getting the transformed version. And it did a phenomenal job. You can see there's not a lot of lost content right here around the edges. It's not looking bad at all. And we can click save. Immediately after, we're led to the transformation page, which we'll develop later. And if it's still not clear why for the restore and the remove, we had to add that use effect, that's because we have only a single field, this one right here. And these will not allow us to apply transformation. So once the image is uploaded, we can immediately allow this button to be clicked. Whereas with other ones, there's also some additional fields that will allow us to then apply the transformation. And yes, I know that so far we have tested the restore, the fill, and the background remove. We're gonna play with the object remove later on. We cannot do that for now because we cannot type into this input, and same things goes for the recolor. We'll work on that very soon. But for now, let's focus on implementing the home page, the primary page of our application, where we can see all of the transformations that you and other people have made. Pretty exciting stuff, so let's get started. Our homepage won't be just a collection of cards we'll show to the user, or all of the transformations we have created so far. It will be a call to action to start doing these actions. It will show you the transformations themselves, and we will also use Cloudinary's search API to allow for incredibly detailed searches. So to develop it, we can collapse this over to the side and navigate over to root and then page within the root, which is our homepage. First, we want to create our homepage banner. So right here at the top, we can wrap everything in an empty React fragment and create a section that will form our banner. We can give it a class name equal to home, and right within it, we can give it an h1 that will say something like unleash your creative vision with Imaginify. And if we save it, nothing appears yet. That's because we can give it a class name equal to home-heading, which should apply a bit of margin And then if you reload, we still cannot see anything. That's because we don't want this to clutter the mobile view. Rather, we only want this to appear on desktop devices. But already we can collapse it once again because now we can start focusing on the main content, which will be a UL, an unordered list, with a class name equal to flex-center, w-full, and a gap of 20. Right within this UL, we can map over all of our nav links by saying navlinks.map. But before we map over them, we first want to slice them. So we're going to use a slice from 1 to 5. And then we can map over each one of these individual links. And immediately for each link, return a link component, which we can import from next link. Each link will have a key equal to link.route. It will also have an href equal to link.route. And it will also have a class name equal to flex-center, flex-call, and a gap of 2. Finally, what do we show within the link? That will be an li. And below the li, we can create a p tag that will render the link.label. So now if we save it, we again cannot see anything on mobile. But if we go to tablet or desktop, you can immediately see that we can unleash our creativity and also click on one of these transformations to get started. This is a common practice that you'll see, that on mobile devices, you want to remove some content because you don't have enough space to show it properly. So it's better to focus just on the content. But in this case, if we do have the space, why not just put it in there? So let's create an image within this li, which will be a Next.js next image tag that can have a source equal to link.icon. It will also have an alt tag of image, a width of 24, and a height of 24. But now let's also style this li by giving it a class name of flex-center, w-fit, rounded-full to turn it into a circle, bg white, and a padding of 4. That's much better. Let's also style the p tag by giving it a class name equal to p-14-medium, text-center, text-white. And if we save it, looks good, but I just have to add a T to the text, and this is now much better. And now that we have this banner, which already navigates you to different pages, we want to focus on displaying some of the finished transformations that our users have utilized. And to display all of these properties, we'll create a new component called collection within shared components by creating a new collection.tsx. And just to save you a bit of time and so we can focus on what matters the most, which is Cloudinary search and also purchasing credits later on using Stripe and making transactions, you can find the complete collection.tsx file in the README down below, so you can simply copy it and paste it here. Here, we don't do anything we haven't done yet so far. We simply have a link where we render the CLD image, and then also display a title for that specific image, as well as render the image belonging of the type of the transformation we made to it. That is it. And let's not forget, a part of this specific collection also has to be the search component. So let's create another component right here under shared called search.tsx, and you'll also be able to find a complete search in the README down below. This component couldn't be any simpler. We're simply using one single input where we modify the query for the search, and what we're doing here is we're using the debounce function so that we don't automatically search through the API for every keystroke. Rather, we wait for 300 milliseconds before we send the response. And what we're doing here is we're not just updating the state, rather we'll also be updating the URL. So as you type, for example, test right here and press enter, you'll notice that that test gets added as the query to our URL query params. So you can also paste the search right here. And just so I don't forget, our collection component will also be using pagination. So right here, we're just importing the basic pagination coming from ShatCN, and that means that we have to install the pagination coming from ShadCN UI. So let's do that right away by clearing it out and saying npx shadcn-ui add latest, add pagination, and press enter. There we go, it automatically got installed, and we don't have an error anymore. You can also notice that we're using the search component right here within the collection. There we go. So now will be the perfect time to check out how our collection component looks like on the homepage. And we can do that by going over to root and then page, going below our links and below our section, and we can create a new section that will have a class name equal to, on small devices, margin top of 12. Within it, we can render the self-closing collection component, which of course we need to import from components shared collection. And we also need to pass a couple of props to it, specifically props relating to the pagination. So let me show you how we'll implement pagination in our app. Next.js makes it so easy. You want to grab the page number directly from the search query params. And you can do that by destructuring the search params directly from the props and giving it a type of search param props. Once you have that, you can say const page is equal to, turn it into a number, and say search params question mark dot page, or set it equal to 1 by default. We can do the same thing for the search query by saying const search query is equal to, you wrap it in a string and say search params question mark dot query as string, or we can leave it as an empty string by default. Let's expand it so it fits in one line. And the next thing we have to do is, of course, fetch all the images we have created so far so that we can then pass them into our collection. To do that, we'll have to navigate over to our image actions.ts. Remember, we have actions to add the image, update, delete, and get a single image, but we don't yet have one to get all images. So we can create one. This will be the most complicated of them all, and this is exactly why I'm sometimes providing specific pieces of the UI, because that allows us to focus on what truly matters, which is more complicated pieces of code that you don't get to see in every YouTube video. You get to see them in JSM videos, because I want to make sure that we try to replicate the real work environment as much as possible, to replicate how real life projects look like with all of the little intricacies and details. So let's create it together. First, we can follow the typical structure by copying what we have here from the get image and pasting it here. We can rename it to get all images, and it can accept a couple of params that we can destructure. That's going to be a limit, which by default can be set to 9, a page, which by default can be set to 1, and a search query, which by default can be set to an empty string, and all of that will be of a type. Limit is optional, of a type number, page optional, of a type number 2, and search query of a type string. And I believe we don't have to make page optional. We can always pass it at least a number 1. Then we're connecting to the database and we're handling the error. But now we can focus on the most important part, which is to get all images, but not only that, also to search through those images to make the search work, but not only that, also to make the pagination work all together. So to make that happen, we'll have to configure our Cloudinary instance to be able to pull the images from somewhere. And for that reason, we have to install a new package called Cloudinary. npm install Cloudinary. Remember, so far we have just installed Next Cloudinary. And now that we have installed it, we can just import it right here at the top by saying import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. And we can scroll down and then say cloudinary.config. And now we can pass a couple of our environment keys into it, such as the cloud_name, which we have stored in process.env.next_public_cloudinary_cloud_name, the API key, which we have also passed as Cloudinary API key, and API secret, which is Cloudinary API secret. Also, we can say secure is true to make sure that we have a secure connection. Now, you might have noticed that as I was typing this, new lines immediately appeared for me. And all of that is done by GitHub Copilot. I'm not paid to say this, but it truly speeds up my workflow, so I would recommend checking it out. I do believe they have a free version for students, maybe even free 1-month version so you can try it out, but it's definitely a great help. Now that we have a Cloudinary config, we can also set up our initial expression by saying let expression is equal to, and here we can say folder is equal to, and you need to make this equal to the name of your folder. I believe I used just Imaginify. But if you go back right here to your dashboard, increase the size a bit, and go to right here to your specific upload preset, you can see the folder name right here and just copy and paste it. Next, the reason why we just set this expression like this is because now if there is a search query, then we can append the search to it by saying if search query exists. In that case, we can say expression plus equal to a template string of space and then we can put the search query right here, which will search only for specific images. Finally, we can get the resources back by destructuring them from the call we'll just make, and that is equal to await Cloudinary dot search. And then we can pass the dot expression, pass the expression in, and then say dot execute. This will give us back all the resources we need. Now that we have gotten back those resources, we need to get back the resource IDs so we can also get them from our database. And we can do that by saying const resource IDs is equal to resources.map, where we get each individual resource, and for each resource, we return the public underscore ID. We can also add a type any for this right here. Now that we have our resource IDs, we can form a new query which we'll use for querying our own database. And we can say if search query exists, that's coming from the front end, then we want to modify the query to go over the public IDs and say in included resource IDs. So we're now modifying our query search to include only the ones that we got back from Cloudinary. Then, to implement the pagination, we can define a skip amount, which is just a number of cards we want to skip because we're on the second page, for example. And we can define this by wrapping the page into a number like this, and then saying -1, and then multiply it by the limit. The limit, of course, being the limit of cards per page. So this will give us the specific skip amount. And finally, we can now fetch back the images by saying const images is equal to await populate user, because we also want to get back the user data for each image so we know who created it. And then we want to run the image.find to which we pass the query, like this. We can also run the dot sort on it to sort it by updated at -1, so the newer ones appear on top. We can also run the dot skip amount for the pagination, and that limit of limit. Finally, we need to define the number of total images so we know how many there are by saying const total images is equal to await image.find, where we pass the query and we call the count documents like this. And we also want to get the total number of all images in general by saying const saved images is equal to await image.find, and we call it without a query, and then we call the count documents. Once we have this, we can return an object where the data is equal to json.parse json.stringify images, where we have the total pages, which is equal to math.ceil. So this tries to return the smallest number that's greater than or equal to the argument that you pass in, and that's the total images divided by the limit, so we know how many total pages there are, and then we pass over all of the saved images. And it looks like I misspelled it right here, so if we fix it, we're good. I know this wasn't easy, and for that reason, the complete image.action.ts file will also be provided in the README in case you miss something. But I definitely wanted to take my time to go through this with you to ensure that you understand how now we get this getAllImages function to show the elements on the homepage, do the pagination, and do the search. So back in here, we can say const images is equal to await getAllImages, to which we pass an object that has the page and the search query coming from query params. Of course, we have to make the function asynchronous as we're using await, and we have to import the getAllImages action coming from image actions. Now that we know the page, the search query, and all the images, we can pass it all to our collection, which will ultimately render it all. So let's pass the hasSearch, which will be equal to true, because in some other cases where we call the collection, we won't have that hasSearch to true. We can pass the images, which is going to be equal to images .data. We can pass the total pages, which will be equal to images .total pages. And we can pass the page we're currently on, which will be equal to just page. And you can see the collection component is no longer complaining. It's getting exactly what it wants to get to show the pagination, the search, and the collections. So let's close all the files, expand the browser, and check this out. We have our portrait, from which we remove the background, and we have the person in the desert, which we use the generative fill transformation on. Then we have our phenomenal Cloudinary powered search here that allows you to search not only by the title, such as portrait in this case, but by what's on the image. So if you search for something like a human, you can see that here a human is obviously visible in the picture. We can also maybe search for rocks. No, that's not too specific. Sometimes we might need to be a bit more precise, but just to give you a glimpse of what it can do, you can search for something like sky in our deployed application. And you can immediately see that it figured out that this is a sky at a beach party, this is a night sky, and this is a sky within the park without a bench. We can also search for something like a human here as well, and immediately we get back this woman. And also we can search for a computer, and it will nicely recognize that this is the old computer. So I just wanted to quickly walk you through the fact that once you have more posts and images, you'll be able to do so much more with this search. And let's not forget the fact that we also have our pagination right here at the bottom. Right now you cannot see it. You will only be able to see it if you have more than 9 elements in total. Then you can paginate to the second page. With that said, let's focus on the next very important part of our application, which is the image details page. So if I click into this person in the desert, I want to see exactly what happened here. Such as if I click the night sky here in the deployed application, you can see what kind of transformation was used, the aspect ratio, and then you can see the original transformed, as well as download the transformed result. So to get started with it, we can navigate to our ID page, specifically ID of the transformation. This is the transformation details page. Once again, you know how much I value your time, and I want to ensure that this little time that we spend together is used to its fullest potential. So here we're just using some images and components we have already used before. And for that reason, I'm going to provide you with a completed transformations ID file page. You can copy it from the README and paste it right here. You can quickly see that this is nothing more than a simple section where we show the transformation type, the prompt if there is one, the color if there is one, the aspect ratio if there is one, and then we show the image before and image after. That is it. We also need to import the header from shared components header. Here we're doing the default export, and we just have to make it the default import as well. And we're good. And now if we go to the browser, we're getting an error saying that we need to convert some kind of a component into a client component, specifically referring to some kind of a button here. This is a great lesson to look into. This is an async component, so it surely has to be server component or server page. But some of the components here, apparently some kind of a button, should be client side. And here we have a regular button. This is not a button with some kind of a function that we have seen, so this is not it. But if we navigate into the transformed image component, you can notice that this component has a button that has an on-click listener. And whenever you have on-click listeners and click handlers, that means that this component has to be a client component. And the reason why we have seen this error just now is because on our image details page, we have the download button, so it actually renders for the first time ever. We'll implement this soon. With that in mind, if we go back, this time we get an error saying invalid source prop. Hostname restcloudinary.com is not configured under your Next.js. So let's copy this restcloudinary.com. This is the host hosting our images. Go to next.config.mjs and right within say images, then define the remote patterns, then an array with an object in between with a protocol of HTTPS, and make sure to spell it correctly. Then give it a host name like this, res.cloudinary.com, and we can leave the port as empty. Now, if we save this and recompile our application, we can see our product details. It is as simple as it gets. We just say some stuff right here, and then we show the original and the transformed image. Let's just make sure that this download button works. To fix it, we know where we have to go. In the transformed image, and we have to implement this download handler. Right here, we can accept the event as the first and only parameter and say that it's of a type react.mouseEvent of a specific HTML button element type, and it has a mouse event as well, like this. Immediately, we want to run the e.preventDefault to prevent the default behavior of the browser, which is to do a reload, and then we can say download. This is coming from libutils. To it, we need to pass which image we want to download, specifically the URL of the image, and we can do that by saying get cld image URL coming from Next.Cloudinary, to which we pass an object where we define the width of the image, in this case image?.width, the height of the image?.height, and the source of the image, which is public ID, and then we pass over all of the transformation config, just like this. Finally, we have to pass the second parameter to the download function, which is the title. As you can see, now it's happy, and we can look into the download. Basically, the way it works is it does a fetch to a URL. From the response, it gets access to something known as a blob, which basically contains the image, forms it as a URL, and then downloads it. I believe this is a function that I created using ChatGPT. Sometimes you don't want to write these functions by hand. And now if we go back and click right here, this great looking image just got downloaded. Great. So with that in mind, our image details page is now done. You can see the before and after. So the next thing we'll do is we'll implement the image update page where we can update a specific transformation. This will be incredibly easy as we have already built the original form. The update form will in most cases be almost exactly the same as the create form, but it will have the information pre-filled, such as the image title, original, transformed, and so on, so you can immediately see what did you do on that image before. So we can create that update form by going to Pages, Root, Transformations, ID, and then Update Page. Since we have already built this form together before, you can guess it, I'll provide this code to you in the README down below, so copy it and paste it right here. Believe it or not, it has only 40 lines because it's using the header component, which we have already created, as well as the entire transformation form, which is that biggest component that you have created completely on your own while watching this video. Yep, so we're simply reusing it here. In this case, we have to fix a couple of imports, such as this header needs to be a default import. And then we need to see if we have access to the get user by ID and get image by ID actions coming from our actions. Looks like we cannot find this module right now. So what if we go into image.actions and search for it? Well, we do have get image by ID, and if we go into the user.actions, we have the get user by ID. So it looks like just the imports are wrong. Let's delete them. And where we're calling them, let's just automatically import them by pressing Control Space and clicking right here. And looks like the imports are now good, which is a bit weird because I think they were exactly the same before we deleted them. But here it looks like they're good. And also the subtitle will be renamed to a lowercase t. But if we do this, go to the image details and then navigate over and then append the /update to the URL, you see that you'll be navigated to this form-like page where you can now modify this transformation. For example, let's say I want to make this square, click apply, but it looks like we're stuck on transforming. So let's see what's wrong. Back in our code, we can go back to the transformation form right here and specifically go to where we're working with the fill property right here. So if type is fill, let's see what's happening. Well, in this case, we have this select field that has the on value change, but it also needs to have the actual value so we know once the value has changed. So we can pass it field.value. Then also going to the prompt field right here, we are destructuring the field, but it looks like I have an extra pair of parentheses right here. So I can just remove that one extra pair and close it properly. It should look something like this. Also, quickly navigating to the transformation image or transformed image right here, where we have the debounce, this function that we declare right here won't be called on its own. So to invoke it, we have to make it into a self-invoked function expression, which will look something like this. I noticed that I missed this before. Also, we need to fix this loading for the transformation image, where I noticed we're calling it a transforming loader, but if we search for classes, there's not going to be one. Rather, I misspelled it in the globals as transforming, so rather it should be a transforming loader. So add an S right here. And we can also call this an alt tag of spinner. And below it, we can give a p tag of something like please wait, so that we also know that something is happening, with a class name equal to text-white over 80 to make it a bit grayish. And the actual transformation might have worked for you even before, but I just wanted to make sure that we do a couple of these quality of life changes, as I like to call them. So with that in mind, I created another one, but we can go back to the person in the desert. We can navigate over to update and make sure that you have enough credit balance. If not, just manually increase it right here. Otherwise, you would be able to see a modal to purchase more, which we'll implement later. But with that in mind, if we now try to change it to a square and click apply transformation, the please wait now is much better, so we can see some visual cues that something is happening, as well as it says transforming right here. For you, it might have worked before as well, but for now, it's visually being shown. And after doing a bit of browsing, I managed to find a situation where I said aspect ratio instead of ratio. So if I now remove this N at the end, this was in the onSelect field handler, hopefully that will be one last obstacle we have to go over before we can fully test out our updating functionalities. So now if I go back and if I go to the person in the desert and I go to update, we get navigated to the update form, and I'll try to turn it into a square. And as you can see, it even saved it in the cache because I was testing this out before, so it works automatically. But I can click apply transformation one more time to regenerate it. Now, sometimes, and depending on some regions, this generation can take a bit longer, but we can always wait for it because now we have this nice looking loader. And after some time, we got back the square. Now, one issue that we have in our app right now is that if you check, we have to manually type update in the URL bar to go to the update page. But a regular user might not even know that this update page exists. So to fix that, what we want to do is immediately once we visit the details page, if we are the creator of this post, we want to create a button to update or delete that post. And to get to that button, we can go to the transformations ID page. That is this one right here, not update, but just the details. And then if you scroll to the bottom of that page, you should notice that we already have this part that should allow us to update the page by navigating to the update page. But it looks like we're not getting back the user ID, at least not in the way we're currently trying to call it. So instead of getting the user ID from the session claims, which would be getting it from the Clerk metadata, we can try to get it directly from auth by saying user ID. And then we get it immediately. So here we're getting the user ID back from Clerk, but then our image only knows the user by its database ID. So we have to go into the get image by ID, and then where we populate the user right here at the top, we also have to add the Clerk ID. That way, if we go back, this image will now have access to the Clerk ID. So if we go down, and now if we change this over to image.author.clerkid, now we have access to it, and our check should be proper. So now we should be able to see the update image. And if we go back, there it is, and now it navigates us over to the update page. Immediately see how this caching works really nicely in case you want to really quickly modify it, and you can save it immediately. That is great. The update button works. With that in mind, let's also implement the delete button if we are the user that, of course, created the post. So to implement it, we can implement a modal similar to the one we have had so far, which will be within components, shared, and we can call it delete confirmation.tsx. As this is just an alert dialog, similar to the one we've used before, the full code will be provided in the README down below. So copy it and paste it here, about 60 lines where we simply use the default example from ShadCN, where we say delete image. Are you sure you want to delete it? Yes. And then we call the server action, which we have created before. Great. Now, of course, we want to call this delete confirmation component somewhere, and specifically, we want to call it on the same page where we just showed that update. And that is on the transformations ID page. This one right here, right below the update, specifically below the button, we can render a self-closing delete confirmation component, and we need to pass to it the image ID equal to image._ID so we know which image to delete. Of course, this is only also being shown if we are the creator or the author of that transformation. So now you can see the delete image, and if we click it, you can see this great looking but also very simplistic modal that allows you to delete that transformation. Let's give it a shot. I click delete, and we're re-navigated back to the home, and we can see that some users also added some new posts, so all of this is looking great. But don't forget, so far we have tested only 3 out of 5 functionalities: the background remove, the generative fill, and image restore. But finally, let's make our fields within the object remove and object recolor work so we can also test out those amazing functionalities. Fixing it will be fairly straightforward. We of course have to navigate back to our transformation form, and then we have to navigate to the on input change handler where we're calling this transformation. In this case, I noticed that I closed this debounce a bit too soon. Rather, the return of the onChange field should have happened after the debounce. So we do it like this, and I believe this is the only change we needed to make our fields work, because now we are returning the onChange field with a new value. So now if we go back and if we try typing something, it works wonderfully. So let's give it a shot. Let's try to remove an object and recolor an object. Let's go to our great Cloudinary image upload, go to Unsplash, and try to find something that we can remove. This one will be interesting. 3 surfers walking in, let's see in what, into the ocean at sunset. Okay, that's an interesting one. What would you say if we just made this, ocean at a sunset without these three surfers? Let's see if we can make that happen. I'm gonna upload this image and say this is ocean at the sunset, hopefully without the servers. And what do we want to remove from this? Let's say people. And unfortunately, the apply transformation button hasn't yet turned on. The reason why we cannot see it is because on input change handler, this debounce is never actually getting called in the way that it's structured. What we need to do is we need to make it a self-invoking function like this. At the end, you can just put a pair of parentheses and it will self-invoke and then set this new transformation so that now if we try it again, let's say sunset at the ocean, object to remove will be people, and then we can actually take the same one and quickly upload it. You can see now that we can actually apply the transformation. So let's give it a shot. We can see this great loading. Please wait. And it looks like it removed one person. So you know what? I'm actually happy with that. It looks like that person was never actually there. So I'm going to say 2 people watching the sunset at the ocean. That's actually good. And now we can save the image. Great. We can see the original. We can see the transformed. We can download that image as well, update it and delete it. And we can see exactly what transformation happened. And it also showed on our homepage. This is great. Now, finally, let's test out the object recolor by choosing an image that has an interesting color inside it. Let's search for bright colors or bright color. And let's try to go with these flowers right here, purple orchids. I think that might be interesting to recolor. We can say flowers. Object to recolor would be a flower, right? And I'm gonna choose a color of red and click apply transformation. And there we go. We had very, very bright red colors and we can click save image. Wonderful. So all of the AI transformation functionalities are now fully functional. Let's not also forget that we have a search. So if we search for flower, we can see it. If we search for sky, we can see some sky in the picture as well. Ice cream, maybe? There we go. That works as well. So we have this phenomenal Cloudinary powered search based off of the context that it recognizes in the image. We have background remove, generative fill, and more. Let me know down in the comments which one of these functionalities do you like the most. I find the generative fill the best because you can truly change the image and it expands it and provides you with more context. And now with that in mind, would you look at this? It feels like our app is completely done, right? All of the functionalities are working. But to turn it into a complete SaaS, we want to implement payments. Yep, once you run out of credits, we want you to be able to purchase credits to be able to do more transformations. In the deployed application, that will look something like this. We have a header and a subtitle that we reuse, but then we have a single card, which is also a reusable component, which we reuse 3 times, and we create 3 different tiers of pricing. And of course, all of this will be connected to your Clerk account, and through Stripe, we'll process those payments. And then finally, we'll create the profile page where we'll be able to show the credits available, the image manipulations you have done so far, as well as all of your recent edits. Exciting stuff ahead, but now we'll move away a bit from our app, the UI, UX, and the front end, and we'll focus on completely setting up our entire Stripe infrastructure and our server actions for processing the payments. So let's get started with that next. First things first, we need to create an account. So click Start Now, go through the entire sign up process, and then turn on the test mode. Then head over to Developers and go to API Keys. You'll need your publishable key, so let's copy it. And going back to our code base, we can go to .env.local and we can add a new subchapter of Stripe and we can call it next_public_Stripe_publishable_key. It's always better to be descriptive than to shorten it. Great. Going back to the Stripe dashboard, the second thing we need after the publishable key is the secret key, which we might need later. So simply copy it. And back in our env, we can call it Stripe underscore secret underscore key, and we can add it here. Finally, we can install Stripe by going to our terminal, expanding it, and running npm install Stripe and add Stripe / stripe-js. Now that we have installed it, we want to create our first transaction server action. So let's head over to our lib actions and create a new file called transaction.action.ts. And inside of here, we'll create a connection between a Stripe transaction to our database, meaning we'll purchase the credits. So you know the drill. We have to define it as the use server, and we can create two new actions. Export async function, checkout credits. This is to buy the credits, where we'll get the transaction right here of a type checkout transaction params. And that's it. Here, we can do everything related to Stripe. First, we need to set up a Stripe instance by saying const Stripe is equal to new Stripe, like this. And we have to import the Stripe at the top by saying import Stripe, coming from Stripe. And then we can call it as a function or as a constructor. And to it, we need to provide our Stripe secret key by saying process.env.stripe_secret_key. And we can add an exclamation mark at the end because we know that it actually exists, so TypeScript has nothing to worry about. Then we want to get the amount that we're trying to charge by saying const amount is equal to, we turn it into a number from the transaction.amount, and then we multiply it by 100 because Stripe processes the transactions in cents. Once we do that, we want to create a new Stripe checkout session by saying const session is equal to await stripe.checkout.sessions.create, and we want to pass in params. First, we want to define the line items we're trying to purchase, which is an array that has one object. And here we can define the price underscore data, which is an object where we can define the currency. In this case, we can go with USD. The unit amount will be the amount we have declared above. And the product underscore data will be a name of transaction.plan. So we'll have many different plans to choose from. And then after this price data, we can define the quantity right here after quantity of 1. Then after this array, we want to define the metadata of this order where we can set the plan to be equal to transaction.plan. We can define the credits, which will be equal to transaction.credits, and the buyer ID, so we know who to attribute the credits to by saying transaction.buyer ID. After that object, we can define the mode of the payment, which will be payment. And very important, we need to define the success underscore URL, which will be a dynamic template string of process.env.next underscore public underscore server underscore URL / profile. So we want to go over to the profile if we're successful. And on cancel URL, we simply want to go back to home, meaning / like this. And after all of that is done, we simply want to redirect over to a session.url like this. And of course, this redirect we have to import at the top from Next navigation. So we can say import redirect from Next navigation. There we go. That is good. And this is the function that will process our payment. And on top of that, we also want to create a new transaction in our database. So to do that, we can say export async function create transaction, which will get in the transaction as a param, and it's of a type create transaction params. This one will be more similar to our typical server actions, where we can say try and catch. In the catch, we call the handle error like this and provided the error. And then in the try, we await connect to database like this. Then we want to create a new transaction with a buyer ID. That's going to look something like this. Const new transaction is equal to await transaction dot create, to which we pass the entire transaction. We can spread it out. And we also pass in the buyer as the transaction dot buyer ID. And of course, this transaction has to be imported from transaction models. Finally, we want to update the buyer's credits by saying await update credits coming from user actions, to which we pass the transaction.buyer ID and the number of credits we want to add. Finally, at the end, we want to return json.parse and json.stringify this new transaction. There we go. These are our two server actions, one to process the checkout and the payment, and one to actually create a transaction record in our database and to attribute the credits to the user. So now that we have these, we are ready to set up our Stripe webhook. Remember our Clerk's webhooks, where they listen for specific events and then they trigger some actions? Similarly, we also want to trigger a webhook from Stripe once the payment is done, so that we know to call this create transaction and then attribute the credits to the user. So going back to the dashboard, we can go to webhooks and create a new endpoint. We want to set the endpoint URL similar to what we have done in Clerk. So if we go back to Clerk and to webhooks, we want to take this exact same URL, paste it here, but instead of saying Clerk at the end, we'll say Stripe, because this will be a completely different webhook. We want to subscribe to one event right here, similar to what we have done on Clerk. This will be a checkout.session.completed. So we know when a checkout session has been completed, so we can do something. So let's click Add Events, and let's click Add Endpoint. There we go. It's waiting for events. And here we get a signing secret from this webhook. So we can copy it. We can go back to the code, specifically to our .envs, and we can create a new env called Stripe _ webhook _ secret. And that's equal to this whsec, and then we have a specific key. Once you do that, we can create this webhook file by going over to App, API, Webhooks, and then we want to create a new folder called Stripe within Webhooks, and create a new route.ts within it. I'll provide you this simple webhook in the README, so you can simply copy it. And the reason why I did that is because I want to explain the most important concepts that we can see here. So once you have it, let's make sure that we fix the imports by once again automatically importing this create transaction. I think it will fix it then. There we go. And let me explain what's happening here. So we have a post request on our application, and we're allowing this endpoint to be pinged by a webhook. Once it's pinged, we try to access the body of the request. We process the signatures so we know that they are legit. Then we specify the event, and we construct it by using the stripe.webhooks.construct event. Then we figure out the event type, and if the event type is the only one we signed up for, which in this case will be checkout.session.completed, we destructure the ID, the amount total, and the metadata from that transaction, form it in a way that suits our create transaction function that we have created not that long ago, and then pass this newly crafted transaction object with the plan, credits, buyer ID, and all of that to create a new transaction in our database and then we simply return it. Now, to test all of this out, we of course have to have the page from which we can purchase the credits. So let's go to App, Root, Credits, and then Page.tsx. Since this is just the UI, you can find it in the README down below, and you can paste it right away. We have a couple of things we have to fix. The header is just a default import component. And of course, with this file, we also need a shared checkout component. So let's navigate over to Components, Shared, and create a new checkout.tsx, and then get access to it from the README and paste it right here. You'll notice that it is about a 10-line long form with a simple button that says Buy Credit. What matters most is what is happening on the onCheckout function. Well, here we get the transaction information and call the checkout credits with the transaction. And do remember what the checkout credits is? A function we have created before. This one right here, where we actually trigger the Stripe checkout process. And if you look above, you'll see that we have a use effect to check where we have to redirect to, and that is it. With that in mind, we can properly import this shared checkout component so that it doesn't complain. That is right here. There we go. And we called it a subtitle with a lowercase t. So now we have a complete credits page. So what do you say that we go ahead and check it out? Going back to our app and going to Buy Credits, we now have this wonderful looking Buy Credits page, which is quite simple. It's just one card that we replicate 3 times. And you can see that as well. We are reusing the header, we're mapping over the plans, and for each one, we're simply showing an LI that has an image and a label. That is it. Now, what happens if I try to click Buy Credit? We get an invalid URL, undefined profile. URLs must begin with HTTP or HTTPS. And the reason this is happening is if you go to our transaction, I believe that's a transaction action in checkout credits, you notice that we are using the next public server URL to navigate over somewhere. So we have to add this to our envs as well. So if we navigate over to our envs, we can call this something like other, and then we can say next public server URL. In this case, it will be equal to localhost 3000, because for now, we're testing this out locally. So if we try it one more time and click Buy Credit, you can see that now we are redirected to a beautiful, typical Stripe checkout. You can easily process the payment by simply saying 424242 until the end, and then also type a random numbers for CVV, add a card holder, and click Pay. If you do this, it will process. There we go. And once it does, you'll be redirected to the profile page, completing the cycle. But of course, on the profile page, we cannot yet see how many credits we have. So back in our code, we can go over to our app, root, profile, and then go to the page. And I'll provide you with this quick profile page UI and UX. You have gone this far into the video, so I doubt you'd learn anything from just writing a couple of lines of JSX. So you can copy and paste it here from the README. Once you have it, we can fix the header if it's not already fixed. And we need to implement one more server action within libImageActions called getUserImages, which will allow you to extract all of the images that a specific user has created. In this case, we have getAllImages that you can see here, and this one will be incredibly similar, if not even easier. So you can also find it in the README down below, copy it, and paste it here. The way it works is we try to connect to the database, we figure out how many pages we want to skip based off the pagination, then we only find the images by a specific author, we get all the images, return them, and that is it. Your typical server action using the Next.js best practices. Now, back in here, we can use it to extract all of the user images. And would you look at this, we are reusing the header, and this component couldn't be any simpler. It is just a section that shows how much credits we have available by showing the credit balance, shows how many images we have manipulated so far, and then we re-render the same collection of images which we have created before. This is the same component we show on the homepage that lists out all of the other user images, but this time we provide the images only created by that user. So now if we go back, you can see that we have 2 credits available and we have done 3 image manipulations, and you can also visit all of these 3 posts and perform CRUD operations on them. Now there's one gotcha here, and that is that you can see that we tried to purchase many credits and it didn't really work. That's because we haven't yet published our webhook. So if we go back to Stripe, you'll see that 2 events have been triggered, but they both failed because our URL of /webhook/Stripe isn't yet deployed. It's not online. We haven't pushed it to Vercel. So to finalize this and to truly make the purchasing work, as with Clerk, we have to publish this endpoint to the internet so that webhooks can call it. So with that in mind, and checking out our application and seeing that it is fully done, we are ready to do a final deployment of our application. And then we can go ahead and test out its live version on the internet. The only thing we have to do now is just go to the source control right here. We can use this GitHub Copilot trick that will simply generate a commit message, say commit, and sync changes. Or you can just push it manually by stopping the terminal from running and then running something like git add dot git commit -m commit message and then git push. With that in mind, if we go back to Vercel and back to our project, we can see that it is now building. But if we're being really careful, you'll know that this is not enough. If we try it out after it builds, even though it will most likely be successful and ready, it is missing something that will make it fully work. And that is, it's missing the newest environment variables that we have added. Every time you add new ones locally, you also have to add them right here. So what we can do is go back to our envs right here. And before I go ahead and copy all of these and add them to our final deployed project, I want to make sure to duplicate this line and update it for the deployed version. Here, you want to put the URL of your new deployed application, the same one that you had under webhooks. In my case, it is https://imaginifynew.vercel.app, and you can remove this ending part right here. Now, I can do Command A and then Command C to copy all of it. I can go back here and then just paste them within this field. It will automatically add all the new ones, but we can see it's saying that this key might expose sensitive information, share it publicly. Okay, that's good. Same thing for these right here. So Vercel is just making sure that we know what we're doing, and let's click Save. Added environment variable successfully, but it looks like it cannot re-add the ones we already have, which is okay. So let's just ensure that the ones we need indeed got added, like the webhook secret. Let's try to find it. Yeah, webhook secret is here, but this one was belonging to Clerk, I think, but there we go. These ones were added just now, which means that everything is great. So now we can go back to deployments and we can just redeploy it one more time for Git measure. We can give it a minute until it renders, and I'll be right back. There we go. Our app is live. Let's go back to our project and click visit. You'll notice that nothing changed. Besides that, now at the top, it doesn't say localhost because we are looking at the deployed Imaginify, this time in a live deployed environment. We can perform all kinds of different actions, search for the images we have edited so far, like flowers. So let's go ahead and test out some of the features for one last time. I'm gonna go with generative fill, and it looks like we get an error. This time it is a server-side error, but we are now on the deployed side, so we cannot simply go to our terminal and check it out. So I'm very, very happy that I've gotten a chance to see this error with you to teach you how to debug server errors once you're on the deployed side by going to server logs. To go to server logs, you can visit your project and then click logs right here. You'll see a lot of different logs, and at the bottom, there's going to be a button to load new ones. Now, in this case, we're getting an error saying user not found, another user not found, and then if you scroll a bit down, you'll also see an error from Clerk saying that we cannot access the / because there's no signed in user. To fix this, we can go back to our code, specifically to the middleware.ts file, where we define our public routes. And in this case, I want to make 2 more routes public. First one is maybe the most important one, which is just the /. So our homepage will always be public, but if we go to some different pages, then they will be private because we have to have an account to be able to create transformations. But in case you want to just see the transformations other people have made, maybe to pique your interest so we can urge you to buy some credits, then that's going to be publicly available. And then, similar to our API webhooks Clerk, we also want to add the API webhooks stripe right here so that we can freely ping it and so that our database gets updated. Once you make those changes, make sure to commit and push them one more time and sync the changes. Now, let's wait until our deployment is out so we can test all of the functionalities of our application and hopefully see them fully working. Now, if we go back, before you go ahead and try to test out some of these functionalities, just to be 100% sure we're logged in, I'm going to go back to Clerk and sign out because now we're on the final version and we want to try to truly log in through the deployed version as well. So let's log in. Clerk works as well. You can see that we are on this new domain now. So you can sign in or sign up. And once you're in, head over to Image Restore or whatever else you want to test out. And now it works. Now I want to test out one more thing before we test out the transformations, which we have done a couple of times so far. And that is check out how many credits I have and try to see what happens if we don't have enough credits to purchase new transformations. To test that out, we can be a bit sneaky and go to our MongoDB Atlas collections, go to users, and then I will remove all of the credits right here. Of course, I could add them as well, but in this case, I will just reset myself to 0. Now, if I go back and reload, we can see that all of this is working real time. It's pulling it from the live cloud database. And now, if I go to, let's say, generative fill, we get this nice looking modal that says insufficient credits. Looks like you ran out of these free credits. No worries, you can grab more. So I'm going to click yes, proceed. And we are redirected to buy credits page. Now you can notice that here we're offering crazy amounts of credits. Like you can even get free consumables like for 20, but immediately with $40 it's 120 and for $200 it's 2,000. Of course, since you will use this knowledge right here by building this video to build your own SaaS, you can figure out your own pricing model and then price it accordingly. Of course, you want to go into Cloudinary, figure out how much they charge, and then still make it profitable for yourself by charging for credits a bit more. That's basically the only thing that this guy is doing. Levels.io on Twitter. He's creating a SaaS after a SaaS after a SaaS after a SaaS, and all of them are performing well. One of the better ones he created lately is photoai.com. Basically, it allows you to generate AI portraits, similar to what we are doing, right? You can also expand Cloudinary's AI transformation tools to build a customized and feature-specific SaaS like he has built right here. And then you'll be able to charge even more for these credits. With that said, let's go ahead and test out the functionality. Let's try to get 120 by clicking buy credit. Since we updated our ENVs, now after we complete the transaction, it knows where it needs to redirect. So enter your information, use 4242 for the demo Stripe card, and click pay. It will process your payment, immediately trigger the webhook, which will then call our API. Our API will create a transaction in the database and grant you the credits. That's how it works. And you can see we are immediately redirected back to our profile with 120 credits available. With that in mind, you can now choose to do whatever you want. I'm going to go to generative fill and I will try to select a new image from Unsplash, but of course you can also upload your images. And let's try to go with some animals. I'm going to go with this horse right here as it is a very nice horizontal image and I want to make it vertical. So I'm going to upload it, go to phone portrait if we want to use it for social media, call it a horsey, and I'm going to click apply transformation. We immediately get this nice looking loader. And now that we see all of this in action, it truly feels like a complete SaaS application that you can just optimize and sell credits on. It is that good. Look at this. It even added the legs and it added a fence right here, which is quite interesting. That is cool. And it also expanded the sky. So let's go ahead and save this image. Immediately, we are redirected back to that image details where we can update or delete it. And it also immediately got added on our homepage as well as on our profile. You can also see that credits got deducted and image manipulations done have increased. So with that in mind, my friends, you have completed Imaginify, or however you decided to call it, an AI image transformation tool. Of course, without even mentioning it, all of this is made possible by Cloudinary AI that allowed us to upload images, optimize them, and also do all of these transformation on these images, which essentially made our application possible. And we used Clerk to optimize the user management. With that in mind, if you came to the end of this video, you truly are the perfect fit for what we offer on jsmastery.pro. In this course, you explored only a bit of what Next.js has to offer. But in the course, we dive deeper. I teach you how all of these biggest companies truly use Next.js behind the scenes and not just use it like good old React. Rather, I teach you how to think in Next.js and resolve all of these biggest and most common Next.js issues and bring your performance from this to something like this. It all happens through deep code dives and truly understanding how things work with this detailed and animated graphics. You build and deploy an app that is multiple times more complex than what you've done right now. And we also included active lessons where you not only have to follow the videos, rather, you are given a task with examples, thought process, resources, and even hints, so you need to follow along to be able to learn how Next.js truly works. And all of that is done in the process of building the amazing Dev Overflow, which is a complete modern Stack Overflow application. So if this sounds like something you'd be interested in, check it out. And if you're already a working developer in your junior role, then I have something even better for you. Within our masterclass, you will not only follow the recorded courses, rather, you will build apps completely independently and on your own with its sole purpose of increasing your skills and getting a higher paying job and leveling up in your career from junior to mid and even senior positions. So if what I've just said sounds interesting, definitely check out jsmastery.pro. With that in mind, huge thanks to you for coming to the end of this video, building it out. You're truly amazing for staying all the way until the end. Not many people do, but you did. So great work, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.